That's
Hello,
the
Fahmi.
association bringing this to our understanding is the Association of Pastoral Counselors. It doesn't mean that everyone will not benefit or have one reason or the other to learn one thing or the other. It is useful for every one of us, both at home and outside our various homes. So once again, I'd like to welcome you to the fourth edition of NAPCOUN conference. Definition of a God. No,
Attention.
Bàbá la ṣe lè ṣe tó lè loud.
Ṣé fún yín ò ṣe kíní? Ṣé bí volume òun lélẹ̀? Okay.
Nothing less, nothing more. It's all you. Nothing less, and there is nothing more. It's all you. It's all you are God alone, and you are God. It's all you. It's all you. Still know. It's all you. Absolutely nothing without you. Absolutely nothing without you, Jesus. Absolutely nothing without you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to please rise as we welcome the Vice Chancellor of Lake City University in our midst. Please let's put our hands together for him as he comes in. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We appreciate you. Uh, it's simply cool to welcome
conference. Let the heavens be uniquely open over this conference. We give you praise. We give you all the adoration. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Thank you very much, the university chaplain. I'm so sorry. We have to do a little bit of another exercise by standing to honor this great nation with the national anthem, or your state anthem, and the university anthem. Can we please be on our feet as we do the national anthem, the university anthem, and the your state anthem? Nigerian Association of Pastoral Counselors, NAPCOUN. Please put your hands together for him once again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the list of recognition is so long that I will have to
Okay, now I think you should be able to hear for a bit now. So please put camera. Just just
The most seated here tell you institution for us. Many accreditations are going on. I mean, preparation, accreditation are very important things for us in the university. Easily we would have asked somebody to operate. Celebrating. Thank you very much. Deans in the house, the provost college, the deans in the house, the directors in the house, the director of human resources. Special awardees, because this event we are going to be honoring some distinguished Nigerians who are part of the clergy and the academia. We've invested so much into what we call Nigeria. That's why we say don't ever say Nigeria. Nigeria will keep getting there. We missed it somewhere and we're coming back. The grace of God, our prayers are not in vain. So let's just believe God. I want to thank our leaders that came to the pastor, Dr. Edopai. So we're so happy that you came and you are celebrating our father like this. Say God bless you. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor of Clinical Psychology and Dean of the School of Psychology, Fuller Theological Seminary, California, USA, Dr. Cynthia Erickson, our lead paper presenter, Professor Jacob Kende Ayota, who I believe is here this time, and is supposed to come to this place. Our second lead paper presenter is the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic at the University of Ibadan University, the Professor of Religious Ethics and Feminism. The Professor of New Testament and Feminism. Professor Olatunde Ojeremi is being represented by Dr. Shogule. What we have before us is a huge issue, like my Vice Chancellor said, because the joint issues cohesion and national security in this year's conference are critical to Africa's achievement of sustainable development goals by the year 2030. Higher rate of divorce, separation, millions of out-of-school children, poverty, hunger, poor governance, cultism, and sickness because of the climate, bad governance, and a lot of depletion of social values. There's a lot of distrust between families, communities, and nations across Africa, resulting in poor cohesion and insecurity. Today, some of the most threatened international groups, such as Al Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS, ISIS, they have their base. Our perception is humanity navigates life by their own thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Individual and corporate positions may remain ignorant, and the overall safety and mental well-being of the people may be in jeopardy. It seems apparent that certain life issues and behavioral disorders are beyond cultural psychotherapy's competence and capacity. This is why we interrogate humanity's origin as a possible clue to resolving those challenges, utilizing psychological theories, principles, and skills. In this conference, we are concerned about how to resolve this twin barrier to Africa's development within the nexus between theology and psychology. Nigerian Association of Pastoral Counselors' mission is to redirect humanity to their manufacturing God through spiritual psychotherapy, the rigorous research, and hands-on practice. Specifically, we integrate theology to understand human dynamics to be functioning through the instrumentality of psychology. We believe the central issue in humanity's challenge most of the time may be its dislocation and disconnection, its disorientation from the source, the Almighty God. We believe that healing in every healthy individual is the spirit of a sound mind. Society may be considered safe and secure to the extent of the people's overall mental health. Training in pastoral counseling emphasizes mastery in both theology and psychology. Most pastoral counselors have basic training in counseling psychology. Added to this, sound training in theology, the pastoral counselor typically has a growing relationship with God. The study and understanding of the sacred scriptures, in communion with God and in meditation. Pastoral counselors help inquiries, understand themselves better, gain a valuable insight into the world around them, develop and conceptual skills to help them lead more productive lives. As opinion leaders and professors, pastoral counselors speak with divine authority on issues of personal, corporate, and national interest. We are hoping that by this conference, these twin issues and much more will be interrogated, first by our keynote, our lead paper presenters, and with the over 40 papers that have been submitted. I thought we are going to start because we need to be able to undermine this experience. Have hiring of scholars coming from all over the country, from the universities, from the theological seminaries, from private and public sectors of the economy. They are all coming to make presentations. I want you to please take the most of this experience. Form signages, create new networks. And as we gather, as the time is done, community will be Nigeria and indeed Africa become the adorable of the world. Thank you. You're welcome.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to the Dean Faculty of Education and also the Vice President of National the Nigerian Association of Pastoral Counselors. Thank you very much. The counselor is a teacher. He's also a class too. So please help me celebrate him one more time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the director of the planning of ACC University, please put your hands Dr. Adebowale. Thank you very much. Thank you. Professor Uchi is also here. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for coming. I need to recognize the keyboard. Pretty sure she'll be joining us via the network very, very soon. She's a professor of clinical psychology at the School of Psychology, Marriage, and Family Therapy at Fuller Theological Seminary, California, United States. Please put your hands together for Professor Cynthia Erickson. Our lead paper presenter is a professor of religion ethics, religious and societal peace and conflict issues in religious from the Department of Religious Studies, University of Ibadan. Please put your hands together for Professor Jacob Kennedy. Also, our main paper presenter too is a professor of New Testament Feminism Theology. He is the Deputy Vice Chancellor Kennedy of Olamission Obanjo University at Berkeley, Ogun State. Please put your hands together for Professor Olatunji Oderije. Okay, moving very fast at this point in time, I'd like to invite the COC for his welcome address. When I mean the COC, I mean the person that has put all this planning together to make it work. Please, once again, help me put your hands together for Venerable Associate Professor Ayodele Atowoju, our head of the department. Please, I think I will. Not to be able to be people will start talking. Maybe will start talking.
By the grace of God, into with your happiness, with your beautiful smile. Let me start on the system project. My president has spoken. On the normal day, I should not be speaking after Professor Dele. They have said everything. I'm only here to say thank you very much to the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, and the management of the university for being here. And to also celebrate my organ at the table, Professor Robbie and Mama David. I appreciate you for being here with us. I'm very grateful to all Professor before, and let's give this to the power now as constituted authority to bring Professor Yala to the Professor Yala. Can you bring the 5 minutes and take it? You see that we can keep by invite the Provost College of Medicine to the table of this conference. And then also invite the leaders, the organized human the man for employee. The man for the establish up to the table tonight. We are appreciating very much. Like I said, I'm not going to do the statement again. As those on what a president of NAPCOUN said. But obviously, since I'm representing a class that put this program together, I know they also want me to say their mind. And I have something in the middle of the paper that says their mind. And that's exactly what I'm going to speak to very quickly. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to welcome you all to this significant gathering, the 2015 conference. And these kinds of friends are not few with individuals who have committed their lives to the pursuit of peace, unity, and the well-being of our nation. Your presence is here to testament to your dedication to creating a harmonious, secure society, which we hold very dear to our hearts. And pastoral counseling, a tool for cohesion and national security, is both appropriate and profoundly relevant. It acknowledges the fact that the challenges we face today extend beyond traditional security threats. It recognizes the integral role pastoral counseling plays in fostering social cohesion and mitigating national security risk, and reminds us of the changing landscape of our world and the importance of proactive preventive measures. In a world wherein prevention is often more cost-effective and humane than reaction, pastoral counseling offers a means of identifying and addressing issues before they escalate into large security threats. As we rightly know, pastoral counseling operates at the intersection of various disciplines, from psychology and sociology to theology and community development. It encourages a holistic understanding of human behavior and the complex dynamics of our societies. This interdisciplinary approach is well suited to tackle multifaceted issues like religious extremism, mental health crisis, and intergroup tensions that can threaten national security. While military security issues, including extremism, radicalization, and social unrest, have bedeviled our country, we all need pastoral counseling as a medium for intervention. Pastoral counseling, therefore, is a unique positioning to address these challenges by offering a therapeutic approach that targets the underlying causes of instability. By addressing the theme head on, we aim to harness the power of this critical tool for the betterment of our society and the enhancement of our national security. However, while pastoral counseling is a unique and invaluable approach, it has often been an unsung hero in the pursuit of societal cohesion and national security. Today, we convene to celebrate the pivotal role it plays in nurturing individuals and communities, fostering understanding, and fortifying the foundations of our great nation. As we gather to explore its dimensions, let us reflect on the profound importance of our shared mission. As we deliberate over the next few days, I urge you, fathers and mothers, to engage in open, honest, and constructive dialogue. Share your experiences, knowledge, and insights. Collaborate on innovative strategies to ensure that pastoral counseling can reach every corner of our nation
transcending boundaries and demographics. It is incumbent upon us to forge alliance, not only among ourselves, but also with government bodies, non-governmental organizations, and the wider community. Our collective efforts will ensure that the power of pastoral counseling is harnessed to its full potential by promoting cohesion and national security. We are actively shaping the future of our great nation. It is a noble responsibility, and the organizing committee has every confidence that the discussion and initiatives emerging from this conference will carry us closer to a society where peace, unity, tranquility, and security flourish. We look forward to the enlightening discussions and collaborative efforts that will emerge from this conference as we work together to make our world a safer, more united, and more resilient place. May the conference be a crucible of ideas, a catalyst for change, and a beacon of hope for all those we serve. Together, let us forge a stronger, more resilient, and harmonious nation. Thank you all for coming, and God bless you very richly. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much to CPC for that wonderful welcome address. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, quick, just walked in. He is a professor of social studies, education. He's also into curriculum studies and education evaluation. Please welcome one of Nigeria's finest, Professor Babatunde Adeyemi. I've been instructed not to say that Nigeria does what happened to us. Good things happen to us. Good things is happening. I'm a fast learner. I know it. I know it. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, please permit me to quickly recognize every member of the Central Organizing Committee. I just run through them one after the other, and we will have that before we go into the sessions proper. Sorry, Associate Professor Achoju is the COC person. COC Co-Secretary is Dr. Muraki. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Muraki. Dr. Akilan Oladisi is a member. Dr. is a member. Dr. Sheyi David, Dr. Bukola Fatuyashi, Dr. Emmanuel Adetunji, Dr. Peter Adeyemi, Dr. Mrs. Obali, and our director, Mrs. Performing Arts and Film Studies. Please welcome their head of department, Dr. Emmanuel Ozoji. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much for coming, Doctor. Please put your hands together for students from the Department of Performing Arts and Film Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, it's actually energetic and it takes a lot of people with energy to do this. And like we've always been told, wrestling, please do not do it. Now you can try it and make sure somebody is by your side. It's good to try it at home. It's good for exercise. Make sure somebody is by your side. So that I want to be and take that I hear. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that the professor of religious ethics, religious and society, peace and conflict issues in religious is around. All the way from the Department of Religious Studies, University of Ibadan. Please put your hands together and welcome Professor Jacob Ayetayo. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. While Prof is coming, I'd like to request the Faculty of Arts. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm told that Dr. Keelan
Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to pay a compliment of the existing programs and the states, brothers, brothers, the group that I did. Sorry, I did. See, and there. The positive house. That's very well. Thanks a lot to be experts. You are welcome to this meeting. So we should now pray. I celebrate here at the organizers of this forum for inviting me to be in the center. Just a privilege and granted to come and be here. All you and that's how welcome. And how we have because the trouble we have is something is not for any place. So and generally together what is we are super organized to come in police because we put these two many things here and that is Africa. But here, thank God for that. My topic is titled Pastoral Capacity in Nigeria and the church side for Akron. Pastoral Capacity in Nigeria, church side, church point, is another problem.
Please, we have to resume that. Details. When you get here,
also very difficult and if you're offended, scholar, not Christian. I'm a Christian. Christian. What is it? Pastor, see, we are in this. Not pastor. So I want to look at it practically. I think I say when the new Nigeria cancels. When we consider when everybody is crazy, we are praising now society and turn us to where we are. And there is need for counseling. And this is the final effect. The need for counseling arrest for an average clients that are going state, self, nature, and Satan induced trauma. They are from here. Some of them are used by the states, 8 billion. Some are used by organizations, the church and the gospel. They are preferring a lot of politics. So they give us some trauma. We call it self-trauma, self-induced trauma. The nature itself is induced trauma. And finally, the other point, Satan induces trauma. And here is confused. With due respect, including the pastors and imams, most of the other members are in trouble. Yeah, but I've seen yesterday that we all need counseling at one time or another, consciously or unconsciously. But I've discovered that counseling today is our most effective questions and self-activity counseling. Applying prayer. Just to say that others are concentrated on the one is the personal counseling, what I consider the upside of the coin. And I will do that quickly. It will show this paper is aimed at the process of a personal counseling, the subject of counseling, tools for counseling, handling of counseling, and the handling of other counseling. I'm taking of course with colleagues asking more questions that people to verify and purify and build up the paper. I'm gathering my material, W, police reports, and all this will be content analyzed and practical to critically, I'm bringing to it to the business is there. It matters because counseling is the voluntary situated as police counseling. But that account perform is the subject of federal evaluation. We have the question of who is the counselor? What is he talking about? Who is the counselee? That is subject matters. Where is the counselee? Where is the counselee? How do you counselee? What are the results of counseling? These are issues that we federal evaluation. When today was that we talk to consciously and consciously has implications, has side effect. And on that account, everything matters as far as the ethics is concerned. So in essence, there's a logical connection between ethics and counseling. For our on the very one, it's about the divided from of nine stages. Stages are sort of what now. 9 categories. This is what is personal tools, personal counseling, social matters, counseling, what is ethics. In contemporary, then we get the companies from the first side point problem. Because and like me was exposed and defined what counseling is. I said counseling which involve the pastors and the
they are members. Things have to do with counseling people who are in need of trauma or the other. So there must have counseling people who are in trauma. You got counseling, advice, instruction, assistance, and others. So a lot of that who have experts who know more of this. I do. It's not the videos we are take now. We are going to guys there, but to understand the story is essentially. We're passing for the purpose of emphasis, actually have to do with facilitating the right thing, improving relationship, facilitating client potential, putting discussion between enhancing potential and self-esteem, among others. That's what this is done to help people who is in need. We need more advice. We have to, but knowledge is limited. That's why we need to organize and do more. That's why I would say most people are not doing this now. That's to remove our head. Everybody has to do that. On your children. Others will come to the wife who has of faith. But in the church,
Fine. Why? But why they emphasize one man, one wife? So the church. I want to appreciate our women. They are very lucky that the church has preached some men from marrying more than one wife. So nobody in the economy is being so bad like this. So I thank our women and those of you who are still one, who are one or are still one, or may still be one later in the day, depending on the economy of the country. I think this economy pays our mothers because we all of us are very careful now. So I think they must have prayed for this bad economy so that we really faku. So our mothers, thank you so much. We still remain, but so I hope if the economy improves, I'm afraid we may misbehave again. So pray that this economy not will go bad, so that only really faku. So I'm always afraid of women because I don't understand them. So they're so happy because some of us now we are husband on paper. So at the point when my salary was not paid, I called my wife. No women, they are very funny. I respect my wife and appreciate her. I love her. So I was just thinking aloud, I said, oh, my woman, come. Since I'm useless financially at home. Yes, when there was no salary, you are nobody. So I have the only side of the coin, which is not encouraging at a point. So I said, oh, my woman, I can't come and take responsibility, come and take after you are financing the home. And my wife said, no, the Bible says somewhere that you are the head of the family, and so I'm ready to take the tail. So that is why all these pastors, they confuse us. They say, the Bible says you're going to be the head. Me, I'm ready to take the tail as long as, so I'm not bothered about thinking, what is my headache? So after the tail is called important in the fish. So I think come and take the head too. But it doesn't concern me. But my wife refused. But you think why she refused? Not because he loved me, but I think he's clearly afraid of the responsibility so involved to be. So in any case, pastor counseling focus on a lot of things. I move quickly to counselees now. People are passing through depression, grief, marital conflict, drug abuse, family violence, juvenile delinquency, trauma at one time or the other. They're out there. So those are the people that need a counseling. I've said we must extend beyond what you have known here. All of us here, we call it need counseling. We need counseling. We're in a modern time that we cannot really ignore the situations around us. So gone are the days when we think that it's by prayer. No. We should go beyond prayer. There's some other secular things that do not need prayer. I'm sorry, you may not agree with me because I told you I'm not a pastor, and me as a person, my own life gone, I believe so much in 5% of prayer and 5% of work. So, and it pays me, and I'm happy about it. So, and I raised a lot of issues about the prayer you people see in the church. And that's why I say you have clearly created a problem for us by winding us. We are going to get to that quickly. My Lord, I'm very sorry for saying this in the public, but however, we just have to say it. So we now know that there's no side of this canceling of a thing.
It has gone beyond ordinary thing we are familiar with. Yes, counselor, what did they use? Where they use prayer, they use the scripture. I'm not limiting myself to maybe I better say Christian pastoral counseling now. So that because counseling, pastoral counseling, pastoral to pastoring, has to do with religious clergies engaging in counseling, advising their clients or their customers, depending on what. Yes, we have. Yes, it may surprise you, but honestly speaking, we have gone beyond the UC congregation. In new scholarships today, we are looking at the interface between religion and economy. So we are at a point, those of us who are not too serious, quote and unquote, we are prefer to use clients and customer than congregation because money is involved now, and the religion is called a religious entrepreneur. We appreciate it as well because it provides job for some people somewhere. So the tool for counseling from Christian point of view, we have prayers, fasting, music, meditation, and among others. So we have all these. At times we engage in retreats to actually counsel them sufficiently. Now, what's the connection between counseling? Like I said, counseling is an activity, and every activity that is done voluntarily is a subject of moral evaluation. We ask the question whether something is right or wrong. Anytime you are raising the question whether it's right or wrong, we are raising this question of ethics. We ask the question, who is counseling who? As he counseling very well, then informations arises. We have questions about who counsels, then what subject matter, how does he counsel, what subject matter does this call, how does he approach it, how does he deal with the counselee, how does counseling, all these are issues that we need to actually take note of. But I will not dwell too much on that because I've already established that fact in the sense of it. Now, counseling matters now. In contemporary time now, like I said, all of us, we need counseling. We need counseling. Let us not go to spiritual. Let me say quickly that most time, pastoral counseling, this is essential with spiritual matter. In Africa here, we are notoriously religious. We bring religion to everything. It's not new. Umbiti has established that, and it was corroborated by Ibadan, that in everything, African man thinks religiously. So it's bring religion to everything. And me as a person, I'm worried. And I've said it elsewhere, even in the US, that one of the trouble of why we are not growing as a continent, and we may not grow, is the too much emphasis on religion. We are too religious here. We are religious on the surface, but deep down, we are not religious. We cannot see it. I cannot see Christianity. I can't see the importance of Christianity in Nigeria now, and it's a part of Islam. Because in my church, there was a time in my church, it was early in the morning, we had a service, and one lady was charging her phone, and the phone was stolen. I learned that phone can be stolen in the church now. So I don't know. And in the mosque as well, they carry shoe as well. And today, those people see around the other Christians or Muslim. I cannot see Christianity manifesting sufficiently, except we only carry the image on our head. So we all need counseling, but let's all look at the basic one we are familiar with. In modern time now, we are facing a lot of problems that require counseling. Let's start from the home.
And I dwell on that marital issues. I want to dwell on this that relate to all of us. We all live in the home now. One time or the other. So at home, we have father and mother and their children. So now the family of that time has changed from the family of now. The family of then was a family of domination. We just demand don't know I'm the head of the family. And the Bible confirmed as the head of the family. So me as a person, I don't know whether this headship is not anymore. I rather think today you have moved from headship, domineering to partner. To be sincere, we know that his wife or wives, depending on the capacity, is contributing meaningfully to our economy. Our wives are no longer those sides. Some of them are even better than economically. So in other words, there's a new dimension. Some people of today are no longer keep quiet. I'm sorry. I'm not a pastor. So we are seeing a new dimension that there's a little
creating trauma for the wife. Pastor, can you see? My wife does not respect me anymore. He cannot respect you. Who are you really? What's your input? Your economy is bad and you are basing your chest. There's a need to respect our wife for contributing to our economy. We must go beyond say, I'm the head of the family. No. It's a partner in progress. Though you may not agree as pastor, but we are saying that, as I call it, the third eyes, the third side of the coin. So one of the trauma is this. Then the other issue is I said it elsewhere. Issue of distance spouseship. Many husbands are still far away now. They are far away from homes. Or wives are far away from home. And the lacuna is there. The gap is there. And the gap is showing on the children as well. So the man is there, the wife has gone for greener pasture, perhaps elsewhere, perhaps abroad. That is why I always query you, Pastor, and I don't like your attitude. Somebody say you want to collect a visa. You ask him or her, is he going with the husband? If your client, your church member, told you or asked you for counsel, should I go alone? Say, don't go alone. When you go alone, you are leaving this man back to square one. And now say committed adultery. Why won't you commit adultery? I said this somewhere. I was invited for a talk last week on molestation, vulnerability, and church response. I said, no. There are many things that the church needs to change their orientation today. So somebody committed adultery. Why won't you commit adultery? The gap is already there. The church should cancel very well that anything that will cause you to leave your wife or your husband alone, you must look at it twice. That is how this Jackass syndrome of a thing. I'm afraid. And the church is celebrating it. Collect your visa. What's your problem with that? So let's all look at that on a very serious note. So other issue that is causing trauma is sex in marriage. Sex in marriage. Yeah, we need to discuss it. It's another trauma. Our pastor will know better. Thank God I'm not a pastor because they have facing a lot of wahala. They trouble them so much. They call them at night. Thank God if I'm a pastor, they say, even some people say, I call my pastor at 2 a.m. I say, if I'm your pastor, I will not pick call. And they say, pastor has to pick call. We are coming to that later in the day, how you manage yourself, because you can't go there for somebody or because you are a counselor. So we have this trouble all over. I call it conjugal disputes. There's a problem about conjugal matter now. Now, who are you? I'm sorry, I'm tired. All those trauma are there. They are becoming so. There are another issue, which is really is ugly head, which actually needs attention. What I call faith incompatibility. Faith incompatibility. Today, many homes are in trauma because the wife is going to one church, the husband is going to another church. Or for one reason or the other, because of the exposure of the man or the wife, at one time or the other, he decides to go elsewhere. Not every home can keep that. So there's this trouble that, and that is why that now dovetails to how do we get married? Maybe I should jump on that. I don't know how many more minutes I have. This of marriage. When somebody wants to marry, I was telling my student, I said, when you want to marry, you don't need prayers. They say you have to pray for marriage. Pray for what? I said, you don't need prayer in marriage. They said, what is the guy saying? Plus, I think this man they need the deliverance. I was laughing. I said, you don't need prayer in marriage. They said, what do I mean by that? When you want to pray, you want to marry, you say, you pray to God to do what? To give you a good husband or to give you a good wife. I said, no, leave prayer alone. We all pray every day. What we need to do is we need to sit down together and discuss ideologies. Can we marry together? Can we think together? Who are you? This is me. This is what I intend to do in my life. Our ladies here, you better listen. Listen carefully. That boy, are you, oh my boy, come, let us sit down. We need to sit down and talk together. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Me, actually, I'm doing my 4th degree now. I desire to do my master later in the day. What of you? So that will require, I'm 300 level now, and I have 1 more year to finish my 4th degree, 1 year for masters, for NYC, then 2 years for masters. After that, I think I want to start my PhD before I marry. That's my desire. Does it go well with you? No, I cannot wait. I desire to marry in the next 2 years. You don't fit me. So we agree. We must agree. Then who are you as a lady? This is me. This is my desire. Can we work together? I think the Bible says somewhere, I don't know exactly. The Bible says somewhere that two people can work together only they have something in common. So marriages are breaking today, and many more will break because they were based on wrong ideology. So that's why they give the pastor trauma. Hidden trauma. And I want to say, pastor as well, pastor. Another area is, so we need to look at that critically. Can we flow together? Can we move together? Even in terms of faith, we must be compatible. If you're not compatible, let him go. And again, when you are doing your counseling, let the man know that anybody that wants to marry should be ready for wahala. If you are looking for trouble when you want to marry, my provost, how are you, sir? When you want to marry, you are looking for trouble, wahala. What is the wahala? Yeah, you are alone and you feel like having a partner. It's all right. You are saying, come on, I'm self-sufficient. I can feed you. I can clothe you. Then you now get to say, you see now. What do you see now? If you're not ready for the business, don't actually enter there. So we need to look at that on a very, very serious note. So you can put later in the day that's what. But let him know, when you are counseling, let him know that marriage goes with a lot of things. Like somebody said, can you say sorry for the offense you have not committed? See, like, I cannot do that. If you are not ready to say sorry to your wife, even when you are not even sin. So I met somebody yesterday, I don't know the day before yesterday. He said, do you know, occasionally he had developed a new way of living. I said, what is that? I'm interested. He said, at times, he developed deaf and dumb mentality. When the woman brings wahala, can't you remember this? I said you should buy this Coke for me. Hey, I mean, so Coke. Okay, Coke. Look at this. Look at the stupid that tell us so for me. I'm not talking about it. I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about, okay, I'm sorry. If you cannot develop a strategy of managing your wife and managing your husband, all this, let them know from the beginning. That don't go be a bed of roses. Or you say, I pray. How do you choose the marriage, the partner as well? Have you seen in your dream? If you are seeing your dream, and so what? Or go and pray about it. No, don't pray about anything. Sit down and discuss. Because if you pray about it and you have seen yes, you seem mature enough to marry. That matters a lot. Is it mature enough to marry? So right now, I'm supposed to say a student is winding up now. We are looking at marital requirements in some selected churches. Today, churches are going beyond prayers. They do pray. Everybody prays anyway. But the reality of the day is that we are looking at a lot of things. One, a particular church I will not mention, you look at the economy of the man. You see, economic viable, what's economy? Let us see your pay slip. He says they're crazy, they're not crazy. We are simple who is just, and let me say, our funny thing here, in this culture, in Yoruba culture, one another bad thing about it, quote and unquote, is that we can join hands together to marry for our children. So your brother want to marry, your niece want to marry, and you are told, okay, I will do for 50,000, I will do for 20,000, not knowing whether it's actually mature to do that. And by the time he marries now, there's trauma. And they run to the pastor. Pastor, I pity you. They trouble your wife too much. Thank God I'm not a pastor. I'm very free from that. So what's nice in the sense that they are looking for genital viability now. We must ask that question. Are you capable genitally or sexually? We are looking for the genotype. I talk about genital. One church has added genital, the church of my provost. I have a provost here. I will not mention his church. They have added genital requirements now. Genotype and all this compatibility. We are looking at faith compatibility. Which church does he go? It's a Christian really. But I go to Catholic, he goes to CAC. Can you go together? Because there are two different things. We are looking at that critically. The guy is almost winding up. These are issues I think should dominate our counseling when we are doing marriage counseling. Rather than play hate is well. It can be well. Nature will not allow anything to be well with anybody anyway. Yes, by nature, you have to, if you don't close yourself, COVID will catch you and you have catarrh and asthma and wahala. So you have to close yourself. That is why God did not judge you all the hair for the sake of it. It's for our function. And the guy is all right. I don't well, but do it by so day. So let us take note of that. There's another issue that we need to emphasize here, which may not be too common, is the issue of a male child, female child issue in marriage. It's a very big problem. Some people have gone to marry second wife, third wife, because they are looking for male child. And what is the male child? So there's a need to share your light on that. That children are children. Actually, sincerely speaking, female children are far better than male children. In terms of looking back, The maid, they are very stubborn. They look for, at least to survive, it's not easy for them. Unless they are very lucky to have good wives. Because it's a child now. If you treat your child very well, you enjoy your child. So those are issues, and I'm saying this emphatically, sir. The pastors that are here, put that as part of your discussion. Let them know, and it's not actually too much. I'm not recommending yet. It's not too much to discuss this in the public domain. I told my church, I said, your prayer is too much. We pray too much here. We have to think of something else. You have to think of something. Prayer for what? I told them in my church, let's gather one day and sit down and relax. Let me bring my pounded yam from home. No, I take palm wine in my village, but they say no power in my church. I don't know what concerns them. But I say no problem. Let me bring my pounded yam. Let auntie bring let's all relax together. Come on, sir. Let women sit by themselves and exchange. How do you manage your home? Not prayer. God will not do it. The guy is very serious. We have our own role to play. We must look at this critically. So, male child, female child, let be a subject matter of discussion in your sermon. If the Indian rights can call expert to do that. Let's not pretend that it's a serious matter. And we must discuss it as much as possible. So it's very important to do so. So every child is important. And you only get it. Then again, loss of job or in time of sickness. Somewhere, I think the marital document, we say, till death do the people apart. In time of, I don't know how to put it, but they know better. In time of sorrow, in time of pain, in time of headache, stomach ache, I will stand by him, I will stand by her. But some churches are changing that dimension now. But in times it is all where I can't be where. Nature, come on, nature itself will not allow it to be where. This place needs to be ventilated. Prayer cannot bring the aircon here. They have to put the aircon here to ventilate this place. It's natural. So what I'm saying is that all these issues need to be discussed on the event. These are issues that are ongoing. I think I've addressed too much on that. Let me move on because other things matters to me now. So lots of job. When someone loses job, what happened later in the day? Their subject matter. Now, what are ethical matters? I was listing some issues here. And I'm sorry if anybody's offended. How many more minutes? 5 minutes, Abi. Don't worry. Talking is my business and that's my weakness. So, well, now what matters to me now? Who is a counselor? Today, we need to look at the profile of a counselor. I stand to be corrected. What I'm familiar with is that, say, pastoral counseling. So much that an average pastor is a counselor. I say, who are you to counsel? We need to look at the profile of a counselor. A young pastor in my wife's church, because I go to CAC, my wife goes to Winner Chapel. That's where she goes. My children go to another one, I think one place. I don't have to. Yes, I go to CAC and I'm a church warden there for almost 30 years now. So when I married my wife, she's a member of Winner Chapel. And she's calling they call them, I don't know, the church warden, something like that. Also, they call them also. In my own church, we call our own church warden. I said, oh my God, no problem. Yeah, you can go after all, there's no marriage in there. So, oh my woman, you can go and go to your church. She's going there. So, see, occasionally when I have time, I take her there and look at them and know my head and put that one aside. There, along the line, one of my children is going to one of these Pentecostal churches. And they have provision for small children. They have new set of children. So, oh my God, why not can't you go? They are going there, they're learning a lot. So on Sunday, we meet at home. So I'm happy. I think we are doing fine. So I don't have problem with that. So there's no problem with that as far as I'm concerned. So after, what is it? Yes, now, because I married the woman, I should now force her to go to my church. It doesn't matter to me. What are we doing in the church? Even the church, how many prayers do I pray? So yes, now you pray. This people I see, you're not going to make it in life. I say, make it in life. I'm not there to make it in life in the first instance. I'm not looking for money. I'm not looking for wealth. I'm not looking for property. Then the pastor is their headache. Don't need you. So I take 2 or 3 prayers and leave the rest for the pastor. I don't give myself headache. So what I'm not saying, sir, our Lord, my fathers here in the Lord, we need to look at the profile of the counselor. Not every pastor is qualified to be a counselor. Sir, let's not look at that. Then we need to look, for example, somebody that's not married. Want to cancel marriage? No, it's not. We must change that order. We must look at it again and change that order. He has not married before. What does he know about marriage? And unfortunately, it's very common among all these Pentecostal churches. One of the churches, one of my children go, they said they wanted to do wedding. They went to the lakeside to do wedding. That's a new dimension, new religion moment. Today now we are familiar with what's called online religion. So what I'm saying essentially is that we need to look at the profile of the counselor. Somebody has not married should not be put in place to counsel they engage in marital counseling. And we may need to decentralize as well. Somebody has never suffered pain before and sorrow and grief. Cannot somebody lost his wife, say it is where God take. God, which God take? No, don't tell me that. So in other words, I am suggesting at that level we need to decentralize in such a way that we have different categories of counselors. Counselor for teenagers who are not teenagers in themselves. Counselor for marital issues who have married, not only married, have some years of experience, maybe 20 years, who are passed away a lot of headache, whose wife has slapped one time or two times. It's possible now. I'm sonita anyway. So we know all these things. Then again, for grief management, I'm suggesting, because of time, that old pastors who have retired, we can have a department for them. They have wealth of experience. They have suffered sorrow before, pain, loss. What they are waiting for is heaven. If they will make it, I don't know, but I think they are waiting to make heaven. So they are no longer pushed and not in a hurry for anything. So we must departmentalize as well. Then the other thing which is very important here is confidential. The information, handling of the information. We have discovered through my research that most of the information are not well handled by the counselors. And some of them are fond of even seeing that thing I've discussed with you on the pulpit. And I met a lady who told me that she never go to church in her life again. What I said, what was paining her grief, which he referred to the pastor. Pastor got here and was mocking. Said, no, say, I'm not going again. Another issue, which you know agree with me, which I find out as a person, as somebody who is not religious, who is not a pastor, is the involvement of a wife in the ministry, women in the ministry. Most time, I don't know. Most time, pastor will carry his wife around. I said, for what business? What the business of the wife with the ministry of the husband? What is he saying? I know what I'm talking about. Who got the call? Hypothetically, the man got the call. But today we have got to a level of, as the pastor will go along with his wife. At a point, it limits your movement. Because if you go too far, there will be suspicion. For example, somebody came to you, pastor, he told you a lot of wahala is passing through. And you feel like, and I feel like, let's all give this woman 20,000 naira. 20,000 naira care. It's too much. I hope there's nothing behind it. You're feeling ready to give 20,000 naira. But the fear of your wife, you don't want her to suspect you, because our women, they suspect us so much. I look at their smile. So on that account, you go down to 10 or 5. Look at that. And again, we need the church to change the orientation that we are wife. We tell your wife what happened. It's not your business. Somebody has come to you, he has stayed with you for 5-10 minutes, and the mama say, what has he come for? Don't tell mama the truth, though. Yes, if you tell the man the truth, we are leaking the information so the post in you. Let me tell you, those of us who are not pastor, we believe strongly that pastor, there are many gods. Actually, until recently, I did not know. I'm a local person. One day in my church, one of the prayers we pray on Sunday is to pray for forgiveness. So, and we all night there to pray. So I opened my eyes, I was looking at, and I saw pastor pray with all his energies. So I said, so pastor equally gets sin. I don't know that. Honestly, I was thinking that they are sinless. So they equally pray. The man was praying with all the, I opened my eyes, I saw that, okay. So the point to make is that in most cases, we see you as our mini gods. Please, information so reposed in you, let us handle it very, very well. If not, you're going to damage it. So I will wind up now. I know I've overstayed. I'm sorry. One of my weaknesses is this. So I think the other thing I should mention before I close is, yes, the environment. Let it be an open place, because the temptation will be there. And don't touch your counselee. Don't touch. They may be, of course, our pastor will tell you, they may be there to woo you, to entice you, and to damage you. So we need to look at that. So on that account, I want to summarize that. One, for a meaningful counseling that will meet time of today, there's need for what I call job description. We must have job description for the counselors. Let's all break them into departments so that you counsel on this matter, you handle this matter. And again, it's important for the church. Thank God our fathers are here to make a distinction between counseling matter and legal matter. Legal matter. Somebody reported being raped to you, and you kept quiet. God will forgive you. No, we are not waiting for that. You must report to legal authority. And again, the church should change. I think I should say this. We may not be happy about it as well. I said it and I'm saying it again. I think the church should change its mentality about how they describe, how they see and understand the so-called sinners. Who are the sinners in the church? Divorcee. They see divorcee as sinner in the church. They see somebody's a second wife as a sinner. I said, what are we talking about? So if you are in my church, no, I'm fighting somewhere. In my church, if you are a second wife, you are not entitled to Holy Communion. If you marry 2 wives, thank God you are not a member of my church. So if you have two wives, you are not entitled to. If you are a second wife, you are not entitled to. I said, what's the trouble of the church? They are passing through a lot of trouble. And I said, you better be careful because those of us who have wife at home now, you are just very lucky that your wife is still with you. Your wife may decide to walk away one day. And it happens. It happens. I know of a pastor, I'm sorry, I finished, of a pastor, innocent pastor, do his job very well. And it's discovered that the wife was keeping concubine somewhere. And he paid unscheduled visit to the woman. I met a man there. I've caught you red-handedly. Say, don't worry, that's not say the matter. Woman, come. I've caught you here. Right here, you will not touch my wife again. Say, oh, I'm sorry, I'll not do that again. The wife came back home in a week and said, you came, you have saw me, I will deal with you. I will frustrate your ministry. And really frustrated the ministry. The next thing, he divorced, and the man could no longer be head of the church. I did not bother to know why. The man was crying until somebody said, what happened? They said, this is okay, you cannot go and remarry. So many people are dying at home because they fear what will the pastor say. I'm a churchworthy, I'm this, my home is not doing fine. If I say it now, hey, what will happen? If I divorce now, what will happen? Me, as a person, I'm advocating for divorce when the need arises. Why? Why are we saying so? We should know that right now we are seeing husband beating wife to death, and they were not common in the past, because in the past, women were married to not only the man, to the whole family. But today, where do our children meet themselves? Marriage will actually break eventually because we must have sympathy for people who are in trouble. So if your wife walk away and say, I'm a sinner, no, we have to look at it. Or somebody is a second wife, or somebody has remarried. Do you know what he's passing through? Why you need feet before? Or people have seen sorrow before, who have seen pain before. You have not seen pain before. What are you talking about? The church must change their orientation, the way they see people, so that when people are in trauma, they be bold enough to speak out. Many people are dying because they are afraid of what you are going to do to them. You remember the story of that lady, Osinachi or TC. You caused it, you church, you killed the man. The woman, because there was no allowance for her, because he was afraid maybe he'll be demoted. What's the problem? After there's no position in heaven. You know about salvation. So we need to choose that. Thank God my father in the Lord is here. Let me stop this thing and we engage some other time. So, oh, wow, time is not there, but I've overspent my time. So what I'm saying in the sense that for a good counselor of today, must be a Christian, a real Christian, to be a man or a woman of prayer, must live righteous life by your fruits I see them. But be a peaceful man, a gentleman like myself. But be merciful, but be without partiality, but be without hypocrisy. I think all this I've said, though it must have affected your sensibility, let's look at it and see what we can do with it. We are counselors in our own right. By the time we're able to do that, we may be able to move forward. And finally, I want to say there is a need for us now to recognize our children. This is what is called children's right. There's a need to recognize women's right as well. It's very important. Our women can no longer be boss again. They are partners in progress. Our children have something to contribute. Having listened to this, let's just see what we can do with it. And with time, I think we're going to have a better society. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm sure we can do better than that. Even if there are no questions, there are still questions, and there are contributions, and there are one thing to be added and one thing to be subtracted. So please do me this favor. Help me note down the question, help me note down the observations and the corrections and the addition because of our time. We need to move swiftly to the next paper presenter. Reason is simply because a keynote speaker is speaking from the United States of America. And if you check your time, it's some couple of minutes to 5 a.m. in their own time. I want to hear this in that. I want to know some. There will be questions, and we will still be around, Prof, to help us to answer the questions. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Adeyemi to come and give the citation of Professor Olatunde Adeyemi, that is presented by Dr. Shogule Nathaniel Oluseyi.
Standing on existing protocol, I'll be reading Professor Oderinde's profile. Olatunde Abosede Oderinde is a professor of New Testament Studies and Christian Theology. She had her first degree in religious studies and graduated with a first-class degree honors from Ogun State University, now Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agowe, in 1995. She got a master's degree from the University of Ibadan in 2000 and a PhD degree from Lagos State University, Ojo, in 2007. She joined the service of Olabisi Onabanjo University in 1996. She has over 26 years of teaching and research experience in the university. Her research interest is centered on women in New Testament and the role of the church as an agent of positive change in the society. She teaches various courses in New Testament studies and Christian theology, both at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels. She has attended several academic conferences and workshops, both local and international, and published in reputable journals. She has successfully supervised 15 PhD theses, and she has served as the General Secretary of the Nigerian Association for Biblical Studies, NABI's Western Zone, between 2012 and 2017. And currently, she's the Vice Chairman, Nigerian Association for Biblical Studies, NABI's Western Zone, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics of Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agowe, Nigeria. She will be ably represented by Dr. Nathaniel Shogule today. Thank you very much.
Distinguished members of the high table, ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing in proxy to speak on the title Pastoral Counseling, a Tool for Cohesion and National Security. Pastoral Counseling, a Tool for Cohesion and National Security. It is profoundly apt that we have a conversation around it like the one we have now. Much more importantly, because as a nation, we are here to properly define exactly what we want to do in Nigeria. We are having myriad of challenges and difficulty as a nation, from economy to security to even that of identity of what we are. We stand for. I saw somewhere else some time ago that the peace we enjoy and the cohesion that we enjoy in Nigeria today can be likened to a guinea with a 40 pin. With any slight provocation, there could be a boomerang. And that is exactly the situation we have found ourselves in Nigeria. I'm particularly excited, therefore, to look at this topic on the behalf of Professor Derrida, again titled Pastoral Counseling, a tool for cohesion and national security. Because indeed, we do need that cohesion. We need security in Nigeria. And there is no other time to speak about such than now. Security is a comprehensive concept and a global concern in the contemporary world. It refers to a safety of life, of property, social and economic preservation. Security is a foremost function and responsibility of governance. Even though in our contemporary society, we have seen government failing us preponderantly in this regard, I should say. So the issue of security is very, very important. And again, we have seen opportunity. And I've seen opportunity again and again, I should add, where we need to now take over the responsibility of protecting ourselves. In our respective places of abode, we have security organization, local security organization. We even have security men on our streets watching over us. And these are supposed to be the responsibility of the government. Now, the government is to provide security of life and property, which serves the contract between the state and the people. However, pastoral counseling or clinical theology is a pragmatic arm of Christian theology, which brings theology to practical usefulness in the human society. What sets it apart is the way faith, spirituality, and the Christian scriptures and other religious practices are incorporated into the counseling procedure. Pastoral counseling has both reconstruction and reparation role to play in the building and healing the social fabric of the nation as it brings psychology and spirituality into dialogue and social cohesion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to speak now on security and insecurity in Nigeria. My view argues that security rests upon two important pillars. Another one, the maintenance and protection of the socio-economic order against internal and external threats, and also, secondly, promotion of order through rule of law, human rights, and social equity, which minimizes threats to core values, interests, and domestic orders. These pillars are missing in Nigeria today. And that explains the prevalence of insecurity that bedevils us as a nation and indeed as a people. Insecurity is a result of various factors, such as poor governance, porous borders, illegal arms importation, ethnic and religious violence, corruption, poor leadership, unemployment, and wrong political ambition. The psychological awareness of insecurity has led to depression, broken relationships, broken homes, emotional imbalance, and poor disposition of people to themselves and to the society at large. Little wonder, most Nigerians today are not actually loyal to Nigeria anymore. Everybody is looking for ways and what they can do to actually appropriate of Nigeria, the common wealth, to themselves. And everybody, everyone in Nigeria is bitter and angry. There is no better way to say this than to look at the expression of our MC, and I think the author of the institution, when the power supply was caught earlier, and he said Nigeria happened. And that is the true position of things in Nigeria. Nigeria is happening to all of us. And that is the truth. Now, our responsibility, as the Dean Riley said earlier, is the fact that we should speak positively. But in an opportune environment like this one, we need to speak truth to power. Nigeria is happening to all of us. In fact, we are having this conversation about insecurity and security in Nigeria, basically because we have a problem. I'm going to say the way it is. There is a problem. And the problem is what? Insecurity. Now, moving from Agbawe this morning to Ibadan, we need to say a very loud prayer in the car. That's moving from Agbawe to Ibadan because of the express. But then you can move between Agbawe that is supposed to be about 40 minutes drive. Everything can happen. We have gotten to that level now in Nigeria. We need to resound before we leave home in the morning. It has gotten that bad. And that is exactly what we are dealing with now. So the psychological awareness of insecurity has led to depression, like Prof rightly said in his presentation. Every one of us, we are depressed. It's a level of our depression that differs from one particular person to another. I don't know whether you have actually encountered a situation where you beat your neighbor in the morning, and then in the evening you beat another again, and the person will answer you. And then you wonder, everybody is angry. And then students will go to their lecturer to see their lecturer and will say, "Good morning, sir." And then the lecturer will respond, "What is good about the morning?" Everybody is angry. We are bitter. So in as much as the focus of personal counseling is on the welfare or well-being, the personal, social, and moral development of his client is definitely or has a role to play in social cohesion and national security. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to speak now on a subject titled Pastoral Counseling and Social Cohesion, which is actually the focal point of the topic given to Professor Dorinde. Now, pastoral counseling is multidisciplinary and it's therapeutic and has a relation which uses interdisciplinary approach to resolve psychosocial, emotional, and relational issues. It is a type of counseling or psychotherapy wherein knowledge and standards stemming from the discipline of theology and the behavioral sciences are utilized in working with the people, couples, families, other set of people, and cultural system to reach a place of healing and development. It is apt to also add that pastoral counseling brings comfort to the troubled mind, the depressed, the bereaved, the anxious, and as well as the sick. It is very much more important in a time like this where we have economic crisis in Nigeria. People are angry. People are bitter. People are no longer going to churches anymore. And sometimes also we have to be calling them sending teams to people at General Church will be expecting to. It has gotten to that level now. But we cannot continue to wait and look. And that is why a discipline like this one is very, very important. How do we channel energy and resources towards encouraging one another? Little wonder. The good book says, so how do we continue to persevere and tolerate and encourage one another in the situation we have found ourselves? This exactly should constitute our discussion at this conference. Psychosocial effect of insecurity on national cohesion. Insecurity has negatively impacted national cohesion and weakens every institution that can strengthen ethno-religious and ethno-regional bonding. The issue of security is very important. Without security, we cannot have direct investment. We cannot have people coming from other, civilized economy to come and invest in Nigeria. And therefore, it's actually affecting everything that is happening to us as a nation. Now, you need to go to a neighbor state and maybe somewhere in Ibadan. Most of these companies, big companies, are now being turned into churches, big warehouses. Housing corporations and different, companies are now being turned to churches. And that is the challenge that we have now. And that is why Professor Antara was saying that we pray too much. And that is the situation of things. We pray too much. Everywhere you turn to, you see church. Yet, we are not seeing the improvements that we should see. We are not seeing the growth and the development that should characterize our spiritual development. So insecurity indices in Nigeria include persistent tension between the North and the South. Growing unrest in the Niger Delta area, another part of the country, which results in rise in violence, kidnapping, banditry, and fueling herdsmen and farmers crisis. It was reported sometimes last year of a pastor somewhere in Odo State who connived with kidnappers to kidnap him so that the members of the church could actually contribute the ransom, and then they will now share it. It has gotten to that level in Nigeria. So insecurity in Nigeria has resulted in deaths and psychological trauma for individual families and community, culminating in breakdown of mental health and social wellness. Ladies and gentlemen, for brevity of time, I'd like to conclude. The reparatory task of pastoral counseling as a response to insecurity menace in Nigeria, the provision of psychotherapeutic services to provide healing and facilitate healing process of individuals, groups, and family who had suffered psychological illness as a result of insecurity incidences. It is also apt, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude that therapy sessions at various levels, different age range, pastoral counseling must provide support and recovery opportunity for people to cope with such effect and heal up from mental illness, which may affect their mental and emotional health, display, while helping them to develop hope and resilience. Pastoral counseling displays the relevance of the gospel. And lastly, pastoral counseling helps people grow in Christ-like. And the more people are confronted or conformed to Christ's image, the more they will reflect God's ideal for human life in both private and communal sphere. Ladies and gentlemen, the following recommendations. Number one, the key of pastoral counseling remains the scriptures, and its principle is a distinctive way. Hence, the fear of God and willingness to follow his precepts should motivate the counseling process. Pastoral counselor must be trained in sound hermeneutics and mental health to be able to carry out the necessary psychotherapeutic procedures needed to help their clients cope with the effect of insecurity in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your listening pleasure. God bless you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Doctor, you're supposed to say to us, okay, this is the part personally I have been waiting for. You see these parts? That's what Dr. Shogula presented. Of course, we know that Dr. Shogula was representing Professor Olatunji Adeoye, Vice Chancellor, Academy, University of State. At this point in time, please let Professor Adeoye, represented by Dr. Shogula, represented, Professor Anita represented. Please with questions. Questions, please. It's very important. We ask questions. One, reactions as well. Questions, reaction, that's two. We have 3, 4. Professor, how many should I take? I have 4 for now. Okay, I'm told to take as many. I have got 4. So let me start with the first person. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. All right. My name is Isaiah Bolani. Thank you very much. My name is Isaiah Bolani. I'm from Babcock University. It's a joy meeting Professor Anyantayo. We will see after the, please, after the program. I would like to see you. And thank you too. I am excited because there are some views that I've been holding to that have been made public here today. I'm a pastor. But I believe that many times we pastors make ourselves God rather than being human beings. And many times we don't face reality of things. Bible is a book of reality. But many times we don't approach the Bible in that view, where we should sit with our members to guide them on how to equip themselves. We ask them to keep praying. Whereas they need to act. And many times we also complain about the situation of things in the country, but we have contributed in a significant way to this problem by the way we pastor. My question, sir, I have many things to say in that area. This idea of spiritualizing or religionizing everything. How do we help pastors to know their limits and set people at work? Many people have become so lazy. As we are talking now, people are in places praying when they should be working. Then we say God is not blessing us. God is not at fault. We are. People are in places, different places right now, praying, whether they should be at work. So how do we help pastors to know that we are actually contributing negatively to the situation of things in the country? And how do we limit ourselves and make people face the reality of things? And then how do we help them also to stop making their own kingdom instead of leading people to the kingdom of God? Pastors do make their own kingdom instead of leading people to the kingdom of God. So how do we make this? Thank you very much.
I am extremely delighted with that question. Let's put our hands together for him. Sir, should we take all the questions together? Who did I give number 2? I gave him number 2. Sir, you are number 3 and number 4. Do I still have more questions, please? Daddy. It's okay. Yes, is going to be the question. Yes, is going to be the reaction, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'm Abraham Oladimeji Aremu from Adeleke University Ede. With all due respect to my prof, I want to say that we're supposed to pay more attention to preparation of marriage than solving problems in the marriage. If our focus is those who are not compatible, we are not bringing them together, they will cause less problem for us than forcing some marriages to happen. So how can we now put more efforts to the preparation rather than solving the problem that we can avoid during the preparation instead of going to the problem?
Thank you very much for that wonderful question. I take question 3.
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Shola Gola from New Life for Nation Ministry. Sir, in the course of delivering your lecture, you did say that the pastors and the wives should be together. Wherever the call for the pastor unless that you should go and work somewhere, it is good for the wife also to follow so they can be together. But there are situations and circumstances that it will be difficult for both the pastor and the wife to be in the same location. So how do we help pastors in such situations? And as a good counselor, he said it's always good that the two of them are together. But there are some occasions that the wife should not be with the husband. And that as husband and wife, it's good to be listening together. But in the course of your delivery lecture, you say you go to CAC and your wife goes to winners, and the children are going to their churches. So raising such home, what do you think could be the implication and consequence? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. It shows that a lot of people are listening to the lecture. Remember that question, sir.
Thank you very much, Prof. I really appreciated your presentation. Please, I want to make this, I'm a Reverend Father Godwin Jacob, Reverend Priest. When you mentioned you advocate more of divorce when the need arise, I understand where you're going, but I think we need to work more on correcting the things that causes the issue of divorce. Our parents, our grandfathers, our forefathers were not known and raised that way. Many of us, our parents never gave divorce. So I think we can help more in correcting, just like one of the person, my brother just said here, making rules that will work. Because today, why divorce continue to rise? Many don't want to suffer, many want to endure. These are part of the reasons. So if we have to encourage them, teach them, get things corrected, bring them in the female, I think we'll have a better home like we have our parents. Secondly, I want to believe, maybe I stand to be corrected, if the statement you made was just a statement or you were really meant to say that female children are more important and better than male. If you are standing on the world, I think we need to get that corrected. All are important. But we have to correct the aspect of marrying multiple, 3, 4, 5 wives to get married. There are traditions where you do is a very serious issue. You can't just tell them that female children are better. You can't just say that. There are many things you have to discuss and get things corrected. So if we just say that, I think we will simply some things under the carpet that's supposed to be turned and treated. Thank you very much, and God bless us.
Okay, thank you so much for that question.
Thank you so much for all the questions.
Daddy, this is a reaction. I went to Daddy.
Prof said he is not a pastor. I am a pastor from pastoral point of view. How do we reconcile between the pastoral point of view in handling this issue and this academic point of view? Because pastorally, we believe that everything has a cause. But with what I heard the prof said is the effect. He tried to treat the effect, neglecting the cause. And we believe that every event has a spiritual undertone. How do we reconcile them together?
Thank you, sir. Thanks to everybody for all these questions. I'm very happy. We are learning every day. So let me start with the last, that did ask a question. How do we reconcile this spirituality with academics? In a way, with due respect to you, sir, you have started resolving the problem by being here. This is not a church. This is not a church. Let's all clap for Baba. So that you are here today, we have started saying far beyond the church, the other side of the coin. And I'm very quite sure you go back, we're educated than before, because we are all learning every day. I've learned a lot of things here today. So in essence, we can say our pastor too need to go out. It's not about this, what do you do, this pastoral, church convention that you told our team, the word of God throughout. Go to other side of the world, academic world. The point you need to understand is this: one, and it's very, very important. I argue many places. We are of different parts. So let me use the daddy that spoke. I'm sorry, I don't know much about your profile, but you say you're a pastor anyway. Sorry, we didn't refer to you. Have you married? Are you a married man? Baba? Can you see? Let's all clap for him. Now, the point I'm making is this. at home. This daddy, what's your name, sir? Sir? Okay, you're welcome, daddy. At home, when mommy is around, at home, you are a husband to your wife. How many wives do you have? So one wife, two. I'm sorry, I don't. Wow, at least you're very lucky. Okay, you're very lucky. That's true. So at home, daddy is a husband to his wife. The same home, when the children were around, you are a father to them. The same home, the same father who is a father at home, a husband, is a pastor in the church. Even when those your church members are calling you daddy, they are not saying the truth, they are telling lies. You are just a pastor. So I don't call pastor any daddy anyway. So we have different facets. We must understand that every facet has its own perspective. But the trouble we have and the mistake we make in most cases is that we reduce everything to one section. No. Even that, if you can remember very well, at the time when the children were around, when your children are discussing with you, and mommy puts mom out there and say, mommy, please leave us. We are talking with our father. I've ever explained that before. We are of different parts. Therefore, we must not zero in, we must not reduce. I'm a professor. Only university. But in the church, I'm a churchwarden. I'm a messenger in my church, and I'm happy doing it. So I don't carry my professor to the church. I'm just a messenger in the church. I'm happy doing it. In the home, I'm a husband to my wife. I have only one wife in the interim. And the same home, a father to my children. Elsewhere, I'm a son to somebody. These are perspectives. We must separate the wheat from the chaff. The trouble with all that with spirituality and everything, no. We are not going to get answer. And I want to make it, not everything has spiritual dimension. No. That is why, if everything has spiritual dimension, God would have made us a robot. But he gave us brain to think. We don't need brain anymore now. If God, everything, that's why I said, I do tell my students, on Sunday when you go to the church, you don't need to carry your brain to the church. You don't need brain in your church because they ask us, sit down, carry this way. At times, when we are all hungry, the service will start and say, we are hungry already, but you cannot complain. So what I'm saying in the sense that you must understand, I usually say the human parts. We have the head. In the head here, we have the nose, we have the eyes. All these are parts functioning in different capacity. So it's not reduced that you are a pastor at home, a pastor in the church does not make you a pastor at home. Therefore, that's why we argue this matter when we are discussing ministerial ethics. There's responsibility for you as a father at home. And you should not allow your responsibility as a father to collude with your responsibility as a pastor. You must navigate between the two. So you must understand that not every matter is a spiritual dimension. Only a few have spiritual dimension. Some are just simple common sense. So we need to understand that. But, and that's the trouble with Africa. We pray too much, we spiritualize everything. And it's a very big thing. We must know, however, because we pray everywhere, you can still pray simultaneously. Go and do your work and pray. And that's my argument. Like somebody said, like Oga said, people in the church today, I've done a lot of research. Some of my research is about addressing ills in the church and the mosque. I did a part title, Time and Timing of Religious Program. And what I did that I live around the I carry my camera, I took picture of all the signboards. And I begin to assess them. And there's got a few churches that usually have service between 8 and 4. I said, it's abnormal for any church to open between 8 and 4. 8 and 4 is official hour for work. For you to be clapping your hand in the church is abnormality. And we must arrest those who are in that church, including the pastor. Yes, say, what does it matter? Yeah, it matters a lot. And I will tell you how it goes. Yes, now we must arrest them now. Yes, must arrest them. I say why? I'll give an example. Just simple example. Mommy has a small shop in Bodija. I say, okay, Joker, please. Daddy, I want you to listen. Let me oversee this shop. You bought things there yesterday. You now call Joker around 10 o'clock. Joker, how is market? Oh, mommy, I forgot to tell you. I've gone for our prayer in the church. How will you feel? But we are not feeling bad because it's government work. And government want anything good. We are cheating the system. Church, you are cheating the system. Mosque, you are cheating the system. And it's unfair. Because it does not matter. Somebody who's at 10 to 5 are going to pray. I think God will answer that prayer. God is not crazy. So we must understand this. that we have a duty to pray. And one thing about God, and I like God for that, God has never failed to do his responsibility. They come say, moonlight, daylight, all this work together. God has never forgotten to do his own job. We leave our own God, say, God come and do that. Even not do it now, he's actually very busy elsewhere. So now on that, how do we reduce spirituality and yes, I think my dimension, what I've been doing at my own level when I have the opportunity, we must review the curriculum of theological institutions. The curriculum many of them can no longer stand the test of time. Today, we must address situation in time. We shall bring about issue of self-reliance. I said it somewhere, I said, yes, I was invited. So I talk a lot, I talk in places in my life. I've been talking, I keep on talking. And I told them, with due respect, I told the Baptist church, what's your trouble? A lot of money is wasting in the so every year, and we have experts in your church or your company, sorry, in your church, that we can employ to say, you cannot even have a Baptist Jewish. You can make use of money that's wasting every year. Come on. Today, people should go beyond the prayer. You rely on tithe and even the tithe gone. You don't want those cases to collect tithe anymore. We have studied that tithe money you are collecting, you are spending on infrastructure facilities, and pastors are nowhere paid. So you don't have those cases to ask for tithe from me. I said, what are you deciding for? We have discovered that the tithe you are collecting to is not spent very well. What I'm trying to say is that we must move towards self-reliance. But why are we in this trouble? We're in this trouble because the church itself is in crisis. The moment the church brought materialism, you can't control it anymore. The church is building all over. Our church is, we have a new, my church, they said they want to open this center. I said, for what? All the proliferation of what inside the proliferation. Where people are hungry and hungry in the church? No, we can't continue. Church has started materialism. And that's what you teach every Sunday. Pray, those of you who have not made it. You say, what if you make it, what happened to you? If they give the key of this school, Lee City University, say, oh man, take out this key, belong to you. What do you do with it? When the Bible has told you that we are mere stranger here, yeah, you pastor, you are still causing you to live for material thing. And so I want to give testimony. I'm collecting some testimonies now. I'm going to do analysis later in the day. And what happened? And God gave me a car. God bought a car. If you bought a car, what is the headache of God there? That you have a car, you have a house, you don't got business. You don't have business with that. It's only business in salvation. That's it. There's more joy in heaven over a sinner that repented. Leave materiality. Nobody will make it here. Nobody will make it here. So look at me. I'm using glasses. You are going to use glasses. You are going back to nature gradually. So let the church be careful. So what I'm saying, I think we need to actually readdress our curriculum to deal with issues on ground now. So I think it's important. And again, maybe I should say this because there's a kind of overlap there. The church, you call it, like I said before, deal with some salient issues facing us face to face on daily basis. Yes, we want to go to heaven, but there's some things that may not make us go to heaven. And that's those issues of family on daily basis. On Sunday morning, let's all discuss the issue of sex, conjugal rights, or the man and the wife. Educate them. If they need the right, go for a counselor. People in trauma, invite others. Let us talk about our problem. We are in trouble here. So bring this to the fore. And again, go back to your curriculum, the institution, and the local institution, and address it. Now, for the pastor who is working, whose wife is far from him, it was not like that in the past, and our father here will testify. Even up to 1990s, I remember very well, up to 1990s, when a pastor, let's say Anglican church, as an example, when you are transferred to so and so, there's a letter from a bishop to the ministry. Most times, most of our mothers there, they are teacher. There'll be a letter requesting that your wives will be given a place. It was going on that time. But we have lost that today because nobody has any trust in the pastor anymore. In the past, Baba will know better that when people are traveling abroad, they get letter of reference from pastor. They were so rated at that time before the church lost it because of materialism and prosperity teaching. So the church has the order is no longer there. Even when you introduce yourself here as a pastor, I'll be more careful with you because I begin to suspect you. So the church has lost virginity because of materialism and prosperity. If you want to get recognition, you need to go back to the drawing board and do the right thing. Leave materialism alone. Leave the gospel. We are just stranger here. And the Bible says, when we are risen with Christ, think about the thing of the above. But today you are looking at it and you pray. And you have Christian problem for us. I don't like it. He said, what are the testimony? By the time I finish, God give me a car. God give me, if God gives me a car, so what? And he said, can you see yourself now? The testimony today is forcing people to think twice. Nobody talk about heaven anymore. Because the church is celebrating vanity, Oliver. And again, I'm sorry, you may not agree with me. We want to do work in the church. Somebody want to, yes, Pastor, I want to buy aircon. Today, churches have aircon. It's a malady. Aircon, a fan. No, it's a malady. I said, why are you buying aircon? They say, we want to enjoy the same thing we enjoy at home. Today now, unfortunately for the church and the mosque, your clients, I mean your congregation, they are the one that set agenda for you. I said, why do they need to say, if you don't buy that one, they will not come to the church? Which means they set agenda for you. Instead of the church setting agenda, if you are not coming to my church, to hell with you. After we are not talking about salvation, today you have lost it because you are materially conscious. Unless you go back, even starting with even the promotion in the church today, you can be promoted anyhow. Today you buy Jeep for Bishop. I'm sorry, Bishop does not need a Jeep. He doesn't need it. What he needs, people in the village, sir, and I will say it. I don't know whether you are Bishop. You all listen to me. What do we need the Jeep for? Jeep is meant for rough area. It's meant for the evangelists in the village who are going to the interiors to preach. Was it like this in the past? No. So when you are preaching somebody over there, and other people are suffering, everyone wants to become bishop now. Do we need it at all? It's not salvation we are talking about. So this is a very big problem. It looks so harsh and bad, but I'm telling you, something like that before. We don't need it. You don't need material things. You can live without it. After all, we are talking about salvation. I'm sorry. So now, instead of divorce, yes, it's true. I'm not advocating divorce outrightly, but the point I'm making is that today marriages are not well built, and on that account, we are seeing people, husband beating the wife, and the person don't well it is well. No, before he kills her or before he kills him, it's a new dimension now. Let them find their own way. I don't know, but mathematically, it may even pay God for a man to get divorced and face his God or a God that will die because they don't want to offend the sensibility of the church. We may look at that. I may be wrong, maybe because I'm not a pastor. So on this of male child or female child, I think I was being metaphorical about it. I know there's cultural nuances about it, but I'm going to go as an example. My wife is Igbo. There's emphasis on male child. But come on. The church can call it break that case as well. Now, what is male child, the real sense of it? That is why I said the church will address issues facing society today. Male child, my brother-in-law has a male child and is jubilating. I was looking and saying, what is the big thing? So the church will call go into that community and say, come on, let's all look at it together. Because the so-called inheritance today, even the inheritance today, what are we inheriting anymore? The only inheritance that pays is my father introduced me to Christ and I'm in Christ. But about building, no, it's a waste of time. I think we need to look at that. I don't know, I've talked a lot. So what I'm saying is that we can be the doers of the word. So for husband and wife, I think the church needs to look at that as well. If the wife has to walk far away for the pastor, I think there's a need for the church to do something about it. So when you are promoting somebody or you are transferring somebody, there will be allowance for that. I don't know whether there will be allowance for the wife if the need arises, but it's a possibility. If the money you are fetching from the tithe is well spent, can be able to take care of the husband and wife. But I don't know. May God help you if you need to pray on that. Thank you.
Together for proof. Well explained. I don't know, sir. You still have something to say, sir? Please put your hands together for Professor Adeyemi.
All protocols really observed. The world that we are in today is a jet age. This is the world of digitalization, modernization, acculturation, and whatever you can think of. So when we talk of church, and we are talking of civilization, there's no way you can separate the two. They go together. You are talking of church. We thank God during the period of Solomon. You know, it was God, his father wanted to build, and that was David. But because of, God loved David, but God just decided at that very point in time that Solomon should build. And there was a kind of specification, and it was followed. So when we talk of churches, building churches today, they are very, 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 very germane and very, very necessary, because things are changing. And if you just say you just group yourself somewhere and you want to seek the face of God, God is everywhere. There's no doubt about that. But you have to move with the situation of things. And thinking that the Bible says in Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1, the Bible says there is time for everything. There is time for everything. So training children, doing one thing or the other, there is specific time and things must be done appropriately. And the Bible says when people are rejoicing, you rejoice with them. When people are crying, you cry alongside with them. Because that is the situation of things now. The issue of tithe, the Bible recommended it. I mean, it was God that, I mean, that brought it out, that it must be done. And so, although there's no doubt when we talk of churches today, there are some people today, they are establishing churches and so on. They are not called by God. Maybe they are called by themselves. But at the same time, you cannot rule out the fact that some people are called by God. And when people are called by God, they are given specific role to play. And the role they are expected to play, definitely they must play the role. So we cannot just drop everybody and think that maybe they don't know what they are doing and they don't know what. There are some people that are called, and God really called them, and specifically God gave them instruction, and they are following it, and God is assisting them, and miracles are happening. People are sharing testimony, saying this is what God has done, and they are told that God is doing it. So, but if we now say we just group ourselves somewhere and no fan, no free, I mean no AC, and you just things will not go on well. And the youth of these days, if you don't see all those things, they will not even go. They will not go. Gone are those days. Deeper Life Bible Church, they believe that fellowship can take place anyhow, anywhere. Churches, I mean, they go to schools. The moment you get to school, you see churches establishing those schools. But things are advancing on a daily basis. Gone are those days when they are talking of the issue of the television, that people should not be watching television and so on. But it is observed that if you want to continue and you want things to move the way things are today, in fact, things are gone beyond television. The children of nowadays, they don't even need to look at television before they get a lot of information. And they have gone ahead, many of us. They have gone many ahead of us. So that's why we need to know and to look at the situation of things and move alongside with the situation of things. God will help us.
Thank you, Prof. I appreciate your speaking out. Yes, what we are saying, we can look at it again. The issue of building we are talking about, we are not wasting time as part of it. Now, the issue of building, I know, I'm not a pastor, but I know one thing. The buildings were to be built following some specification in the Old Testament. That was written in this verse. But when Christ came, said, we have to people together, I'm ready to answer their prayer. He has neutralized all this tension. And remember, in this of the church, we have all these churches. Today, look at the architectural design of churches today. They are enough to rule the economy of the church. Look at past churches, cathedral. But look at the modern ones now. We're not saying where does the money come from. The money comes from people who are hungry and hungry. So we put much emphasis on infrastructure facilities and less I do say, if I'm a pastor and you come to me that I have 500,000 naira to buy a car, I say, no, give me the 500,000 naira. We have already identified some less privileged who have not paid school fees. Let's all give them to pay school fees. Christ fed 5,000 people somewhere. If only they were looking for him. And Christ himself was very funny. He said, you're looking for me. But food, only you're not to tell you now. If you have fed me, I will come back. We have said it and they said we are telling lie. And I told, when I was HOD, the secretary of my department was a member of a church. They usually have convention along Lagos side. I said, why are you going there? Why can't you see? He said, no. But thank God for COVID-19. So when COVID-19, I said, God, can you answer our prayer without going to VG? We have seen all the weakness of the life of the church, and we are going to the church. We also are not saying that we must, if Christ is our model, we must have a change of mind. We must have a change of mind. If you say Christianity, and thank God our colleagues who are into church history, they are what is called African Christianity. African Christianity is different from European. We travel to Europe and America now. We see what's happened there. Ford Foundation, Master Foundation. The money people are collecting from the church is what they put in place for foundation. We don't need money in the church. We need this money for less privilege. Let us society will change. And they will never leave you. We must do away from materialism. It doesn't worth it. If not, we are just wasting our time. Thank God, a time will come, we shall see. We are losing our virginity and credibility because of material. Just to stop materialism. If not, you may not carry anybody to heaven. So thank you so much.
Once again, Professor Ayutayo, that was once again in detail I want to explain. Ladies and gentlemen, I joined the microphone to the head of the department. Ladies and gentlemen, I like to quickly say something while the head of the department is certainly one of the things. Please, I know one of you wants to say something, so I'm so sorry. Time is of essence, and we're working against time as to prepare ourselves for the keynote speaker who is ready, getting ready to speak to us this lovely afternoon, all the way from the United States. Please, we appreciate you. Please put your hands together for actually.
Let me have your program. My very beloved fathers and mothers, we greet you once again. I want to sincerely appreciate all of you. I want to appreciate our lead paper presenters, Professor Ayutayo. Professor Ayutayo has been a guru and a scholar par excellence. And I'm particularly happy that we also have Professor Odenide with us in the body and personality of Dr. Shogunle. Let's put our hands together for this fantastic academics. We thank God for your lives. The two of them. Well, that is the church today. Very unfortunately, we are in crisis, and the church is at a crossroad. I was on television with my family a few days ago, and a young man said members of his congregation should sow seeds of their property to him. And a young lady sold the house she bought with the sweat of his boyfriend, not even husband, overseas. And unfortunately, the young man came and said, "Where is my house?" He said, "I've sold it as a seed to the church." And they were asking the pastor, "Where is the document of the house?" He refused until they began to beat him like a small pekin. And immediately the documents came out. That is what the church has done to ourselves. But I have the conviction that we will get it right by the grace of God. This is why NAPCOUN has been set up by God, so that we can return to the drawing board. The year's conference has been very fantastic, and I believe that subsequent conferences of NAPCOUN will be greater than this. We've started well, and we're not going to retreat. It's going to be greater and greater by the year in the name of Jesus. Thank you very much for your patience. Many people have been here since morning. We just appreciate you greatly. We will bring up the a keynote speaker very, very soon. But before then, let me appreciate our awardees. You are too fantastic. I'm surprised you are not leaving, but I'm so glad. And at a point, I said, maybe we should allow them to take their award and go. Then we said, no, this is our own synod. This is the conference of our own church. And then Baba is the bishop now. I said, you are the bishop now. This is your own synod, right? And Baba Yara is the deputy bishop. I am the secretary of synod. This is our own synod. Don't mind us. This is academic. We are going to release you very soon. As soon as we listen to the keynote, we have your award. We have the form fair with the university. The vice chancellor and the registrar will be back here to give you your award, and it shall be well with us. By the grace of God, later by 3, we are out of here. We have syndicate papers for over 100 people, and we'll take those papers tonight and tomorrow morning. Over 100 of you have registered for physical presentation and virtual presentation. We are very happy with this great number. Prof, we are very glad to have you. God bless you. Very good, doctor. Thank you so much. Mama doctor, you're welcome. Baba Doctor, I salute sir. God bless you. Put your hands together for our release. We appreciate God for them. And can we have some interlude from the room? 1 minute. Take that.
Something I want to get from the beginning, Professor Ayuntaro said. Personally, like I told the dean, if care is not taken, many of us that are still struggling to remain in the faith, I'm sorry, please. We might leave the faith. If we listen to more of such, we might decide to leave the faith. I have reservations. I was speaking with my colleague just at the back. You tell me to come for Onyoke. I have to use that word. You tell me to come for Onyoke on Monday, and I have kids at home to feed. And I must be at Onyoke. You appoint Ibele for me. I'm sorry. For those who do not understand the meaning of Ibele, you are asked to remain in church for some certain days, all in the name of you need to avoid some. I'm still a learner, and I want to remain in the faith. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Adewale. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I'm trying to be sure that Dr. Erickson, our keynote speaker, is ready. Yoruba elders have a cliche. They said, when a big trouble, when it falls a man, all kinds of things will begin to happen. And I think that's the situation. And that's why you find people saying all kinds of things about religion, about, Karl Marx said that religion is the opium of the masses. I don't like to hear that Nigeria has happened to people. I'm 62. I'll be 63 in a few months by the grace of God. Recently, I was going through the file of my father's house in Bodija. And in the file, you will discover that that house was bought for 1,000 pounds. Houses in Bodija, none of them was more than 2,000, maybe 1,005. And none of them paid 20% upfront to get the house.
Because my father was the one who distributed the houses. He and one late Baba Denton were the first people that lived in Bodija. If you are an Ibadan person, that's like a Koyi in Lagos. The house was not, you don't get, I mean, everybody took a loan from government, 180 months. You pay 180 installments. Those houses were for civil servants. Senior civil servants, teachers. I say Nigeria, there's nothing like Nigeria has happened to anybody. Yes, it is true. If you are less than 50 or so, you have never seen anything good in Nigeria. But that doesn't mean that foundationally, we had something here. Flipping through the files, I discovered that for every house you are paying insurance. And nobody will give you a loan except a house has been allocated to you and you have the paper. So where are people going to be stealing things? Where would they need to be telling somebody to be doing this, to be doing this? Yes, truly when we were growing up here in Ibadan, there was more moral sanity. We didn't have churches all over the place. We didn't have mosques. In fact, in those days, you knew where the mosques were. You go to Sabo, you find the mosque there. In Bodija, I can tell you, there was virtually no church. The ones that started out was in 1964. Bodija State Baptist Church. We moved from First Baptist Church in Ibadan to come back there and start. I was one of the sunbeams there, Baptist. I was like a star among, you don't find, but you have so much of religion now, and that is the reason why the professor was just fighting. But that does not make nonsense of religion. It doesn't make nonsense of the church. Yeah, we will always have the 12 disciples that will not do the right thing. You always have an aberration, but that doesn't make nonsense of everything. So please, because I was telling my Professor Atoroju, I was telling him he needed to talk, but he also didn't want the confusion. Students, I wish that you wait and listen to Dr. Erickson, because she is easily one of the foremost science practitioners that we have in theology today. Globally, she is at the top of the game. And she's one of the few that have been able to connect religion with theology. Connect psychology with theology. And if you see, I will see a slide, and for as many that want the slide, you can have it. The first point there is the cross. Connecting the cross as the seat of everything. The problem of humanity is resolved at the cross. But where we remove it out of the way, then we get confusion. I never saw a house with walls around it until 1982. Because in Ibadan, in those days, in Bodija, you can trek from one end of the old estate to the other end without coming to the main road. There were no block walls around the houses. They were all hedges. As children, you will walk inside the drainages, those drainages that have been filled with all kinds of things now. They had a system in place, and they were not white people. People like us, we didn't grow up to see the white people. People like you, people like me, they were the ones who were running the system, and it flourished. So the important thing is to find out where did we derail, instead of firing arrows at ourselves. And that's one aspect that I believe that Dr. Erickson's presentation is going to be I trained as a teacher. Is she here? Okay. I trained as a teacher. In those days, in Ife, we were paid for studying education. If you are in that generation, you can lift up your hand. You are paying us at a cooperative bank at Lagiri. You go there every month, you collect a stipend. So, he said, okay, is she here? Oh, she's here. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll listen to Dr. Cynthia Blomquist Erickson, the Dean of the School of Psychology and a full professor of clinical psychology at the Fuller Theological Seminary, California, United States of America. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much. It is an incredible privilege to be here with you virtually. I bring you greetings from my family, my husband Nord, and my sons Noah and Ian, and I give you greetings from Fuller Theological Seminary as well. As was mentioned, I'm the Dean of the School of Psychology and Marriage and Family Therapy at Fuller. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for you so that we can all look at the slides together. So let me pull up the slides. There's always these moments of doing this process and getting things ready. Slides. Okay, view slideshow. All right. So the greetings I bring you from Fuller Theological Seminary. We are in Pasadena, California. So it's 6 a.m. my time. I got up early to join you, but I'm very happy to be with you. And it's wonderful to see you sitting in this space together and enjoying each other's company and learning together. As was mentioned, the School of Psychology and Marriage and Family Therapy at Fuller has been around since 1965. And the original purpose for developing the school was to plant the cross in the heart of psychology. And so this image you can see, we actually have a metal statue out in front of our building that has this image of the psi, which is the space, the Greek letter psi. And then the middle has the cross in it, sort of recognizing that at the very core of our human experience, at the very core of what it means to be mentally well, mentally healthy, is the gospel, is recognizing Christ's sacrifice and death and resurrection for us, the hope that we have in God's purposes for us and Christ's work in the world. And that has been what has sustained me. I was a student at Fuller and then became a faculty member, and now I'm dean. It is really this love of what God is doing in our lives, in our world, that keeps me doing this work. But then in addition, we are in a season where we're facing times in our world, in our nations, where there is so much trauma and so much loss and so much hurt. And as I was invited to share with you and was reflecting on your the focus for your conference, the idea of pastoral counseling being such a center point to understand the needs for your community, for cohesion, and for national security, I was struck by the fact that this relates to the focus that I've had in my research over my time at Fuller has been on the focus of trauma and spirituality. And one of the core things that we know about trauma is that when we don't attend to the pain, when we don't attend to the hurt, that trauma often gets translated to another generation or gets translated beyond just the individual person's hurt. And that kind of boils down to the phrase that hurt people hurt people. Hurt people hurt people. So recognizing that when we walk in our lives, when our communities walk in places of hurt, we are so much more likely to be causing hurt to others. So this extraordinary opportunity that pastoral counseling has to be an intervention, to be a space that steps into that dynamic and says, we want to bring healing to the hurt people. We want to bring the gospel and the hope of the gospel. We want to bring what God has given us in terms of resources to people, to change that dynamic, to bring healing, to stop the continuation of the hurt. And from my 20 years of doing work in this area of trauma and spirituality, what I've noticed in looking at the different theories about how trauma develops and then what we do to recover from trauma is there are 5 areas that I'd like to introduce to us today and talk about how those relate to pastoral counseling, how they relate to psychology, and the things that we can do to utilize these in pastoral counseling in order to build resilience and bring healing. So we're going to start with a quick description of what those 5 areas are, and then I'll go into a more detailed description and a reflection on how I see those 5 areas relating to Scripture. So we're going to start in the very center, regulation. So, when I think about these, I actually think about the way they relate to us in our bodies and in our lives. So I'm going to start by saying regulation and kind of thinking about this, like thinking about my heart. That regulation is about how I'm regulating, how I'm experiencing my body and how I'm experiencing my emotions. So it's really my bodily experience, what God has created in me. Then the next level out would be my thinking. How do I reflect? How do I consider this truth that God has for me? How does that relate to what I'm thinking in my mind? Then the next level out is my relationships. The people that are around me, God's gift of community. Trauma is one of the strongest protective factors against being traumatized by a difficult experience or tragic experience is relationships, is social support. Then the next level out is respite and rest. God gave us bodies that need time and space to rest. How do we craft that into our plan, into the way that we do our lives? And then the next level out is reason, is the reason for doing this work, the reason for being alive, the meaning of God, the transcendence of God. How do we connect the things that we're going through, the ways that we navigate our lives and our challenges with the reason or the meaning? And I share these very much with the understanding that this is all God's creation. This isn't psychology in the sense that psychology figured these things out, but what I love about thinking about these is that these are examples of all of the resources that God gave us in how he created us to be human beings, how he created us to be in community together. So God is absolutely at the center of this work. So let's start by thinking, first of all, why am I using the phrase practice? Why am I saying practicing resilience? Isn't it just something that happens or something that people do or it becomes a trait that they have? And first of all, I think the reason why I would say practice is because research shows that we know what is good for us, but that doesn't mean we do it. There's plenty of research that has shown us different kinds of resilience activities, different kinds of things. We all know that we should eat healthy in order to have healthy bodies. But how often do we not necessarily eat healthy? Or we all know that we should be getting exercise. but how often do we not get exercise? Or maybe some other things, maybe it's medication you should be taking or other activities you do, but how often do we not do those things? We actually need to practice them, because developing skills, like what I will be talking about in a minute, like contemplation and taking Sabbath, they're like muscles that we actually need to develop. So practicing these activities, practicing the things that you'll see as part of pastoral counseling, of part of what you might be sharing with your congregants, with your counselees about activities or disciplines they could be doing. Those are practices that they should be doing and you can be doing all the time in order to develop more of a sense of resilience and response to things that are difficult. And how I would describe that is there's a phrase that we use in that I've heard here in the States in related to neuropsychology, is the idea that neurons that fire together wire together. So our brains are made up of these cells called neurons, and they actually use electrical impulses to share information across neurons. And so when they fire, when those electrical impulses kind of connect, the more that they do that, then the more they actually create a pathway. So they wire together, they become the common pathway. And the ways that I've appreciated for myself of visualizing this is like the first time that you might drive a vehicle over rough terrain. It's like that first time you drive it, it's really tough and you're bouncing around and you might kind of like, you're trying to make your way through. And then the next time you drive, it's going to still be rough. You might have a little bit of a sense of where you're going because you might see some dents in the pathway. But then by the time you've driven it multiple times, you've created these ruts or these pathways. And it's actually more difficult to not drive on that pathway because the rut has created a place for your tires to go. And that's what we're talking about with these practices. The more that we do these positive practices, the more that those positive responses, the more that those activities become the pathway that we default to, the more they become what's common or the more they become a habit. And that's a really positive impact on our bodies and our minds and our hearts, because it becomes the way that we do, the way that we live our lives more naturally, even when we hit crisis times, even when we hit times that might feel disruptive. If we have this model, if we have these ruts, that means that that's where we're going to go to. And that's what we're asking of the people that we counsel. We're encouraging them to think about these models, think about these activities they could do to be positive in their lives. And I think I'm realizing I'm going to give away that I don't necessarily know you probably know the scripture reference for this, but I keep thinking about the scripture that talks about, whatever is good, whatever is true, what is ever noble, to think on these things. In the way that the more that we're thinking about those things, the more that becomes the default, that becomes where our mind goes. And conversely, the more that we think about things that are negative, or the more we think about things that are temptations, or the more that we think about things that are ways the enemy is working, the more that becomes our default, the more that's where our mind goes to. So I really want you to, maybe there's an image that you have in mind of a rough road that's become smooth because of driving on it. I really want you to keep that in mind. And the more that we're thinking, the more that we're practicing, the more that God has given us that capacity for that to be our habit, for that to be how we live our lives. So what are these practices, or what are the examples of these practices? So we're going to start first by talking about regulation. And I'll say first about physical regulation. So I love, think about Psalm 23. And I know for myself, even just when I read those words, he makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. There's this sense of just a breath out, an exhale. That God's intention is to give us space, to give us the opportunity to lie down and rest, and to let our bodies rest. So I want to talk a little bit about our nervous system. So this first bullet point of calming the body and allowing time to recover from stress and grounding physically in the here and now. So God created us with the most extraordinary nervous system. So our brains, our spinal cord, and all of the nerves that go out into the different parts of our bodies, to our organs, to our fingertips, all of the different ways that those neurons, those nerve cells are helping us live our lives. And there's some of that activity that's going on without us even knowing about it. The nervous system, the autonomic nervous system that's running our digestion, it's making sure that our heart is beating, it's helping our breath. But then there's also the sympathetic nervous system, which is the part of the nervous system that helps us rev up when we need to. So if you think about it, it's like our nervous system has a gas pedal and a brake pedal. And the gas pedal is the sympathetic nervous system that's going to get us ready to run away if we need to, or get us ready to fight if we need to. But then the brake pedal is what's called the parasympathetic nervous system. And it's very important. And one of the things that we can practice is how to activate that parasympathetic nervous system. And those are really simple things that can activate that. And the most simple is actually a breath prayer or taking deep breaths. So I'd like you to, I can't see you very well, but I'm going to ask you to take a minute to just sit sort of comfortably in your chairs. And, maybe put your back up, against the chair and just sit there for a minute. And then take 3 quick inhales and then an exhale, like. That is a very simple way to activate your parasympathetic nervous system. And another really simple way is there's a nerve bundle that actually flows throughout our body. And one of the places that it's going from the top of our heads all the way down into all of our organs. And it passes through our midsection, and it's called the psoas muscle, and it's called the vagal nerve bundle. And another very simple way to activate that vagal nerve bundle is to actually turn all the way and look behind you, and then come back to the center, and then turn and look all the way to the other side and move that. And that is actually activating that nerve bundle to activate the parasympathetic nerve system and start to calm you down. Another simple way is to do a breath prayer. I don't know how familiar you are with the idea of breathing in a thought of scripture or a calming word or a reference to Christ, and then breathing out. And one of my favorites is actually to use the Psalm of be still and know. And so if you think about asking, developing a practice where you spend a couple minutes just breathing in, be still, breathing out, and know. And just in your hearts, in your minds, thinking, be still and know. So there probably are other practices that you can think of that are related to this practice of calm, this practice of prayer, this practice of contemplation. I encourage you to think about how you are working with your counselees, even the times that you take together as things are upset, if people are anxious or upset, of taking time in the moments that you're spending together to practice these moments of calm, to practice the be still and know, or to allow them to exhale. And practicing for yourself what it means to be calm, so that you can be that kind of calm presence as you're sitting with people or walking with people or talking with people. Another simple way that I'd want to highlight that I think is really fascinating and incredible, that helps us to calm our bodies, is actually singing and dancing together. So I love that so much of our time in Christian worship together and when we join together in churches is related to our singing together, because that's one of the ways that God gave us to activate this brake pedal, this parasympathetic nervous system, is actually that singing, that rhythm, that being together. I love that. We may or may not sing with our pastoral counselees, but that is definitely something that can also help bring calm. So the next area of regulation, I would say, is this idea of recognizing emotional regulation. And when I say emotional regulation, I definitely do not mean like hold it tight and don't feel. It's not regulate like trying to stamp it down. It's actually, the term emotional regulation means to see what emotion we're feeling, to actually name it and maybe connect it to what's going on around us so that we can keep moving in positive ways in these challenging spaces that we have. If I recognize that I'm angry, or if I recognize that I'm scared, naming that and making the connection with why is giving me an invitation to then move forward and say, well, what can I do about that? Do I need to get some help here? Or do I need to talk to somebody about being angry and the things that are going on so that I know how to move forward without making decisions that may be harmful to others? So emotional regulation, I think about this idea of Psalm 4:4, when you're on your beds, search your heart and be silent. So searching our heart, recognizing what's going on in my heart, not just having Psalm 51, not just having the invitation for God to search our hearts, but also us searching our own hearts and encouraging our counselees to think about and to be reflective and to ask God's Spirit to show us the places that are places of pain or places of joy or places of anger, and understanding more about why that is and what's going on. That's so much a part, I think, of what it means to then move on to this reflection and right thinking. And so you'll notice that these are R's. They all start with R's. So 5 R's. But reflection, I like the word reflection because it can mean a couple of different things. It can mean like seeing your reflection in a mirror, where you're looking at a mirror and you see exactly kind of what's there, it gets reflected back to you. But it can also mean like being thoughtful or taking some time to reflect. And so I'm encouraging us to say like that it's important to attend to our thoughts and our beliefs, the beliefs that we hold, because they're impacting our emotional state, they're impacting our relationships. They can actually increase our hurt if we're not paying attention to them. So often it's about noticing the assumptions we might be making about a situation, assumptions that we might make about a person. Or I know for myself, one of the important spiritual practices is that I'll go to prayer and ask God, show me the lies that I'm believing. Show me the ways that I am interacting with people based on maybe assumptions that I'm making or biases or prejudices I have about that person, or maybe about their community. What are the lies that I'm carrying into those relationships? And how important that can be in even changing how I feel. There might be lies about myself. So an example that I've used in different situations and is relating to being a parent. So I don't know how many of you are parents, but I know that I can feel a lot of tension as a mom, that if something happens, if maybe my son makes a mistake or does something that I think is kind of silly, I'll get upset, but then I'll think, oh my goodness, that must mean I'm a terrible mom. If he did that thing, that really reflects poorly on me. And then also I might start thinking, if he did that thing now, what does that mean for the future? Does that mean he's never going to make good decisions? So suddenly this one mistake that he made, this one situation has now become his future direction for forever. And it means that I'm a really bad mom. So suddenly my frustration about this one thing becomes anxiety and anger in much bigger scale than it needs to be. So that's a way that in cognitive behavioral therapy, we would call that catastrophizing. So I've taken one situation and I've made it a catastrophe. But when I step back in prayer and I say, Lord, what is this about? What is the lie I'm believing? The lie I'm believing is that somehow God doesn't have his future in mind, and that somehow this one mistake can't be fixed or can't be changed. That's a lie. That's not the truth. And it's also a lie that one mistake means that I'm a bad mother. I've done my best and I'm continuing to do my best, and I do make mistakes and I do ask for forgiveness, but it's a lie if I take on this idea that it's a judgment against me. So this staying with the present, not catastrophizing, not doing the what if, asking about what are the lies that we believe, being prayerful with our counselees and listening for those kind of lies that may be lies of the enemy about their own value, lies of the enemy about what hope that they might or may feel like they have. So being really prayerful about those beliefs, because our beliefs about situations impact how we feel about some situations and impact how we behave. And then you think about the ways that these build on each other. The next area for practicing is relationships. As I mentioned first, social support is one of the strongest protective factors against the experience of trauma. That was actually one of the topics in my own dissertation as a doctoral student, looking at the experience of social support and how that mitigated the relationship between being exposed to a lot of trauma and the post-traumatic stress that people reported. And what's so wonderful about how God made us to be in community is that we, like 1 Corinthians 12 says, that there shouldn't be no division in the body. Its parts should have equal concern for each other. If one part suffers, every part suffers with it. If one part is honored, every part rejoices with it. It's this sense of the mutuality and the caring of relationships. And what I think is so cool in psychological research is that when we look at that relationship between social support and well-being, it isn't just being supported by others that helps us to feel better. It's actually also the experience of supporting others. It's that mutuality. So social support is my receiving, the care of others, but it's also giving care and finding that support by knowing I'm part of a community, knowing that I can give out to others. So thinking about in pastoral counseling, the ways that as you're with people and you're hearing about the concerns, maybe they feel very isolated. Maybe they feel they're struggling with what it means to be part of the community or not be part of the community. One of the things that you can encourage them to do is to reach out themselves. Think about the ways that they can be Christ's light in other people's lives. And that has a healing quality, and that will continue to grow those relationships. But then another piece that you may have already experienced yourselves is that when we hear stories from others, when we hear the honest experience of others, we can see ourselves in that. It helps us to see our own experience. It actually helps us part of that mirroring. One of the best ways to get reflection for that right thinking is actually when others that are close to us can tell us about what they see. So that helps us to see and grow in our own experience, maybe see some things, some lies that we're believing that we haven't been able to see ourselves. And that helps helps us to improve, helps us to grow, helps us to continue to feel supported. But then also going back to that regulation, what I talked about, the benefit of singing together, the benefit of being together, that one of the things that's also really cool about our bodies is that we co-regulate. So when we're singing together, research shows that we end up having the same heart rate and the same breath, the same breathing patterns when we're together. And that helps us relax together. So we can find calm, we can find support in each other's times of distress. And then finally, this idea of offering practical support. It doesn't have to be just relational or emotional support that comes in social support, but bringing meals, helping take care of kids, taking each other to places that they need, or finding other ways to offer practical support is a very important piece of developing these practices of resilience, so that in the times of stress, that's our default, is being connected, having that relationship. Now, the fourth area is respite and rest. And part of that, the reason why I have both of those words is like, I really think about respite as related to how much exposure to trauma someone might have, how much exposure to stress someone might have, and rest as the importance of Sabbath rest. So I'm going to start with Sabbath first. I know in the US, Sabbath is really discounted in the American church, particularly I would say the white American church. There's a real emphasis on work and productivity, very consumer oriented. So we forget that Sabbath is actually a commandment, just like thou shalt not murder. That God's intention, God's commandment is for us to take a Sabbath rest. And the justice part of that, it's a Sabbath rest for everyone. That God's intent in making a commandment was that every person, no matter their situation, every animal would have a rest. And even the land has rest in the description in the Old Testament. So we need to have rhythms of rest in our lives. We need to have a pattern where we're keeping rest as our weekly practice. Perhaps it's a full day of Sabbath every week, but then also beyond that, taking monthly times, maybe monthly retreats or quarterly retreats, where you're taking yourself away and you're giving yourself rest and soul rest. But then in addition to that, with the respite, this is about thinking about the environment that you're in, attending to that environment. That if you are working and living in a very high stress and high threat environment, then whatever you can do to give yourself some breaks from that, to limit your exposure to that ongoing kind of work or ongoing trauma is a real benefit, because we do see that the amount of trauma we're exposed to puts us at greater risk for higher levels of distress. So I think about this for maybe you're working with someone or counseling someone who works in the emergency room of a hospital and has constant sort of high stress, high pressure, medical kinds of emergencies they're dealing with, or you're working with people that are working with internally displaced persons and they are hearing lots of stories of trauma. Whatever you can do to make sure there's breaks in your work or breaks in that time so that you're not hearing as many of those stories and that you have a time to settle your body between seasons of hearing those stories, that can help build up your sense of resilience, your sense of calm in the midst of those spaces. So I want to highlight that. I know that it's not always easy. It's like sometimes really complex to figure out that break, but even if it's just simply taking, 20 minutes during your day to practice a breath prayer or to be in another kind of prayer, or to listen to worship music that's calming, that you love, that speaks to your heart, giving yourself that break is a very important piece of doing this work and sustaining the work. And now the final and kind of all-encompassing sort of space is one of the important things that research has shown us is the ways that when we go through and navigate really challenging or traumatic experiences, one of the things we look for is making meaning, is making sense. And you can, using the R, the idea of what's the reason behind what's happening? What's my reason for doing this work? What's my reason for being here on this planet? God made me this way. What does this mean? And thinking about the ways, when I think about this particular kind of part of model, I think of like the expanse of what's beyond me, what's transcendent to me, all of these experiences going on, the relationships that are important, taking time for rest, but then the big picture. What does this all mean? And Matthew 6:33-34, seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you. And then in this time of meaninglessness, I mean, times when there might be a tragedy that makes no sense. And it's very important to be able to sort of be in that space and recognize, Lord, I don't have any reason. I don't have any way to make this a coherent experience. I just have to sit in this uncertainty, in this mystery, the importance of lament. And just to quickly read Psalm 31, verses 9 and 10, my eyes grow weak with sorrow, my soul and body with grief. My life is consumed by anguish and my years by groaning. So recognizing that this piece of how do we express to God the pain that we're in. So why do we talk about these skills? The reason why we want to practice these skills for cohesion is the fact that when we do these skills over time, they're going to help us build a sense of availability to others in relationship, that cohesion. And the less we have hurt people, the less violence that we're contributing to a reduction in the ways that other people we hurt. So practicing calm through a breath prayer, practicing reflection through not judging your feelings, but allowing God to bring things to mind through an examined prayer, and getting respite in the midst of crisis and taking a Sabbath. So I'm going to give you some time for, I'm going to stop sharing and seeing if there's some time for questions, how I can respond to questions you have about what I've presented or any other questions that you might have.
We want to ask if we have questions from the teaching and the presentation we've listened to on resilience. One, can you please come forward, sir, quickly? 2, 3, and 4. Please, sir, kindly come forward so that through the camera you can be captured. Quickly.
Thank you very much. Prof, I would like to ask if you can hear me from your presentation, mentioning part of the ways to be able to address trauma, talking about resilience and managing resilience. And you mentioned taking people out and for a lasting and also, I think, like free time and so on. Yeah. There have been issues on ground. What I believe, what I like, what is good for me, bringing about spirituality, because we can't take that away from this presentation, our spiritual growth. When we talk about taking people out, there have been people who take people to places that are not spiritually healthy in the name of trying to ease out trauma and the challenges. When one is taken out to be able to ease out trauma and challenges and getting him maybe out of being hot, and the person is eventually taken to a place that is going to affect his spiritual life, that is main essence of his or her life, would that be helpful? So because you didn't specify to a particular place the person can be taken out to. Places that are immoral, places that are, when you talk about what are practice those places are not helpful spiritually.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a great, I think what I'm understanding your question too, and tell me if I'm misunderstanding, but the idea of if people are being encouraged to move away or to get distracted or find distraction from the things that are traumatic or the things that are difficult, but they're doing things or moving to places or activities that are not moral or not spiritually healthy, what's the impact of that? And I would absolutely agree that there might be a temptation for people to do behaviors that distract them, and that, well, I mean, I'm going to think about kind of extremes, like starting to drink alcohol, or doing something that becomes addictive, that is like creating ruts, in their brains, in those connection points that are going to be moving them to habits that are unhealthy and moving them away from God's intention for them. So when I think about, getting them away, I would think about activities that help them to ground within relationships. Maybe that's spending time with a good friend, getting away, like being able to be with their grandkids or with their kids, to spending time playing, spending time doing things that are fun and connecting, or spending time in places that are beautiful. Maybe it's going to a church building that they love that has, a beautiful cross that they can look at, or there's a view of an area that, out a window that they can just sort of reflect on God's beauty in that way. So I think, unless you're, so I'd ask if there's follow-up, if there's other things like that you're thinking of in terms of people being asked to do activities or go places that aren't spiritually healthy, that you could say specifically that I'd respond to, but that's my first thought in your initial question.
Professor. Thank you, Professor. I'm Shalate Oyewale from Leeds City University. I have two questions today. And the first one is on the social support system that we have. Like, social support is good, the systems are good, like family, friends, and all that. But there can be times when these systems can also bring problems. Like maybe there are so many demands that at the end of the day we can't even meet. Take, for example, Christmas is coming up now very soon, and then you have to like travel home or something. It's good anyway to like be with family and all that, but
yeah, sometimes when it becomes a problem, like you have some economic problems that you might not be able to meet up with others. So I think most people would understand this because of our culture and all that. So what do you do then when these social support systems are not actually supporting again? Ordinarily, maybe one would want to move away, but then it becomes a problem again, like you are trying to avoid family and all that. So then my second question is based on the Sabbath. Like we need to have our rest. We need to observe Sabbath. But what do you do concerning, I'm glad you are in clinical psychology, right? That you are very close to medicals and all that. So you have these medical people that doctors and nurses, they have to work on the Sabbath. Now, if you try to like advise them that they should try to observe that Sabbath, they will tell you that Jesus said it's okay to do good things on Sabbath. But then they are also denying themselves of their own rest. How do you take them back to what God had laid down without causing any trouble? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate both questions. So I think first I'll start with a question about what to do in terms of social support and expectations around social relationships related to cultural norms. And I think that is a very, very important question for the community to think about. I was in a conversation yesterday at the missiology lectures at Fuller, and one of the conversations was that every culture has things that need to be redeemed. So recognizing, are there things in expectations around certain relationships or certain norms. You know, you mentioned holidays and sort of the expectations around that. So first of all, are there certain of those expectations that connect to lies that you believe, or lies that the community is believing together? And what's the gospel's message on that? And so this is something that the community has to navigate together, reflecting on how do I find the relationships? How do I kind of find the support that I can for people who know me and know me well? And then also, if there are relationships where there's a huge demand, how do I do that with integrity? And how do I navigate that in a way that reflects kind of Jesus's expectations for me? And I know that I have a very little kind of firsthand experience of what that's like. You know, as an American middle-class woman, you know, sitting in California, I don't know what it's like to think about the dynamics of expectations for family costs and those kinds of things. So, but I think you as the church community, I think that's one of those places of kind of bringing it back to the church community. How do we navigate the cultural expectations in the context of what Christ is asking of us? And are there lies related to the expectations of relationships that are making it difficult to be the kind of community, to be that loving body that God wants us to be? So I know that this is kind of putting it back on you to do the work related to this, but I think that that's going to be where it's most meaningful, is being articulate about those places where relationships are burdens, and how to navigate that, how to be present with that, how to be honest about the places where maybe God is calling you to have a different way of relating, or maybe God is going to provide some resources or some strength in that space. And then the second question, I mean, I think is related in the sense of, how do you take these ideas about Sabbath, or how do you take the ideas about social support and think about in the context of that particular space? So the particular space that you mentioned about medical care and medical needs, is that I think that there will be ways that people in medical services and other kinds of emergency services have to work on days that we would consider Sabbath days. They may not be able to take a Sabbath on Saturday or Sunday or the typical kind of space. But we need to encourage them to think about what are the ways that God might be inviting them to be creative in a Sabbath that fits, the Sabbath that reflects the calling on their life that God has given them. Maybe the Sabbath is a Tuesday night, where they take time and they talk to their community about, hey, could you help watch my kids or take care of my mother, or, you know, or make this meal, or like ways that the community can then be part of creating space for them to have that rest. So I think that's the other thing, is like in the US, we tend to think about things very individually, but ultimately this commandment for a Sabbath is to the whole community. And how is the whole community being able to help create space and help create the opportunities for the whole community to practice rest? And I think there's also in the US a tendency to think, oh, well, you know, God gave us Sabbath so that we can rest up on that one day so that we can work harder the rest of the week. And that is not the intention of Sabbath either. The intention of Sabbath is really an act of justice and an act of trust, that we create that space for everyone, that act of justice, and that we believe and we trust that God will sustain us when we take that rest, when we take that break. So being in conversation with people who have demanding jobs about how the community can help them to navigate and create that space for Sabbath. I can't hear you.
We want to
So I can't hear what's being said. Sorry. Can't hear you. I can't. Okay, I still can't hear. Okay, sorry. The other, I could hear the earlier questions really, really well. So the earlier question, particularly the last one, I could hear well. I don't know if that microphone is still available. I still can't hear. So if you're talking to, I'm sorry, if you're talking to them. No, I can't hear. Okay. I can hear something now. Somewhere.
So much. This part, one of the things that I you have taught me. I would say big thank you to my teacher who suddenly have become my colleague. She told me that I can boldly say my colleague now. So this is a good thing to invite my teacher who has become my colleague forward as we start with the award presentation. We sincerely apologize for starting this part really late. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the beginning faculty of arts, Big Teaching University, Professor Antola Umba.
Yeah? Yes. Okay, okay. What would you make book and okay, what do you want? You are hearing. Hello. Yes, your voice. Yeah, me going to voice. Okay, no.
Good knowledge. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Lord's Day. Thank you to receive our this lovely afternoon. He said, when people like you are not working for that. It's a veteran, it's a father, it's a pastor. Please permit me to welcome the veteran Dr. Victor Pastor. Congratulations, sir. Can we see the honor of presenting to you this award on the appointment and the non-president in the recognition of the on behalf of the University, the Faculty of Art, actually the application of congratulations. I noticed, Madam, please can you join us to the conference? I want to
Friend, father, teacher, mentor, professor, Baba Tunde Adeyemi. I just must say this. Professor Adeyemi has been a fantastic member of faculty on sabbatical with us. And every adjective with which he has been described is not even enough to describe the personality of this man in front of you. An absolute team player, a fantastic individual. It gives me a lot of honor to present this award to you on behalf of the university and the faculty, and of course the Pastoral Counselors Association of Nigeria, on your appointment as the honorary fellow in recognition of your distinguished, exemplary, meritorious service to the body of Christ, and of course, scholarly contribution to knowledge. Congratulations, sir. Stop, sir. Congratulations, sir.
Protocol being observed. I want to appreciate the day and the association for the award given to me. I pray forward over, backward never, in Jesus' name. God bless you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you so very much. Next award is to be presented to our keynote speaker. And of course, no other person will be doing Professor of Political Psychology and the School of Psychology, Marriage and Family Therapy, Fuller Technological Seminary, California, United States. Professor Cynthia Erickson.
Are we on, sir? Congratulations, Professor Cynthia Erickson. It is indeed a pleasure to have had you share this moment with us from your wealth of experience. On behalf of the university, Lead City University in Ibadan, and the Faculty of Arts, it is a pleasure to be presenting you this award, which I'm sure you'll be getting soon. And then a pack of our university souvenir, which also will get to you. And of course, we are appointing you by this award, a honorary fellow
of the Distinguished Association of Nigerian Pastoral Counselors. Thank you so very much. We really do appreciate you for your time and of course for your knowledge. Thank you so very much. To receive on your behalf, we have Dr. Killian here, a member of the LOC for the conference. We will be picking up the Birthday Award and the University Souvenir in your space. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much. Chairperson, please help me invite Associate Professor Ayodele I think you need to do this first session. Out of the announcement is the fact that Syndicate continues tomorrow. Today, Syndicate continues to be Syndicate sessions with physical and virtual. It starts today for all of us, please. Let's get that prepared. I'd like to recognize chaplain of Trinity University. Dr. Fasha Kesa, you are at the photo session area. Chaplain of Trinity University is on our list. Please celebrate Dr. Ansilola. Thank you very much. I hope I got it correctly. Thank you very much for calling. We appreciate you. The Bible says that all things work together for good to them that love the prayers. And I'm pretty sure because things will begin to fall in places for us. Please welcome with me head of departments and the CAC. Head of Department of Religious Studies, Link City University, Associate Professor Ayodele at Toronto. Please put your hands together for him as a scholar. Once again, Dr. Shegun, I would like to say thank you to you for representing Vice Chancellor's Deputy Academic of Abusia Nigeria. My very beloved fathers and mothers, once again, I greet you. And I want to appreciate your patience for being here. One of our fathers, the deputy head of the Baptist Convention Nigeria, is also in attendance and is seated. But please move to the high table to join Professor Odele. Please move to the high table, sir. Let me also ask the chaplain to move to the high table very quickly. Please, I can command you. When you get to the shuffle, whatever you like, you are here. You are so come to the high table. Because I don't bless you. The syndicate section will start immediately. And that is to show that we are not wasting any time. I will have to commence the syndicate programs. Showing that you are too wonderful. I just bless God for your life. And you do a wonderful thing over the years. You are welcome, sir. You can't go. This is not the time for you to go. Please come on. Space of time.
Mama will always be mamas. The thing of us just reminded me of our lunch. And she was wondering whether we can have syndicate section without lunch. I then told her that our lunch is ready, well packaged, and the lunch will get to you in your section of the syndicate room. Let me invite you and Dr. and to the floor so that they can tell us the mode of operation. We're going to be staying for the syndicate section. I understand we're using this order, and we need to arrange ourselves for that. Those who will be having their class tomorrow, please, the section will start by the grace of God at 9 a.m. tomorrow as well, so that we can finish up in a good time, have our annual general meeting, return home. Well, you said Nigeria, we have insecurity, but God is already opening doors on the house. And Nigeria has always been a nation, and the times of challenges will be over. Dr. Killian, Dr. Please come to the table, to the program, and discuss how the syndicate session will be held. Are you putting ideas together?
Well, thank you. We will start the virtual presentation today, and other people that will do their own physical presentation will go to various places in this building where they will have their physical presentation. That's what my colleague here will tell you where you will go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to appreciate all of us, dignitaries, scholars available here. I just want to, by show of recognition, I want to know the number of authors that we have in the house that we're presenting today. I know we've written our names. Yes, that's number 1, sir. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's about 10. Yes, you are recognized, sir. Okay, so what we'll do is, we're supposed to have some of our chairmen here today, but because of other assignments, they will be available tomorrow. So all our authors for today should please stay here, and we have people to chair the session. I'm one of the syndicate's participants, delegates too. So I'm part of you, and I will. And we have available in the house as well as part of us. So we welcome all our authors, for physical presentation for today. Should please stay here for now. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you very much. I want us to please clap. This is my son, is my brother, is my dad. Yes, thank you very much. Once again, for making time to be here. It's been a wonderful experience. We've learned so much from all our presenters, all our speakers today. And you know, the essence of having plenary sessions like the one we've had is so that we're able to really interrogate issues that have to do with the theme for this conference. Now we're looking at the issues, the 20 issues of security and cohesion, national security and cohesion. How is guidance and how is pastoral counseling going to be able to help out? With the submission the issue of security question in the light of the national values. You know, we've had others who have come up with other aspects of marriage, divorce, separation, you know, just trying to bring up certain issues that our curator, Dr. Erickson, was talking about the issue of trauma. Remember that Professor Ayutayo also said that we are all traumatized in one way or the other. Professor David also made it clear to us that we are not likely to be able to get out of this problem in ourselves. We need to go back to God. We need to come back to the reality of what is going on. We cannot say there is no problem in Nigeria. There is problem in Nigeria just like you have everywhere. And Nigeria's problem is resolvable. I was telling some people, I said, if truly God is God and he made man, if truly God is in heaven and he hears and answers prayers, and if truly God is in Nigeria and is in all our churches and all our religious organizations, then God has given us a president in Nigeria. So there's no need praying that the man should die. There's no need saying we don't have, just like some people are saying, we don't have a governor, we don't have a president. At this conference, we want to be dispassionate about all this pedestrian talk. We want to be science practitioners. We want to be academics. We want to be also lettered people who know what is going on. Nigeria's challenge is like a cancerous problem. A pathologist once told me, he said, when you see a cancer patient, is a distortion, just one single distortion, that's what distorted every other thing. And that is the situation of Nigeria when we miss it out. And one of our professors here will say, have you heard that before? That is the situation of Nigeria. When you put people together and you have gathered people together and they are people with different perspectives about life, people with different destinies ahead of them, how is pastoral counseling going to be leveraged as a tool to help Nigeria, indeed Africa, at this time? Let's all agree together that we are going to maximize this experience, and we're going to enjoy ourselves to the full, to the glory of God. Thank you very much. Once again, you're welcome. And thank you for your patience. Thank you for your love. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Pastor, àti parí. Factual.